What the fuck? Okay, I fixed it. I said good morning, Zakir and Carl, and then I laughed a little just to catch you guys up. Is the live audio up? No. All right. Back at it. What's up, Carl? Stop pissing yourself. You're too young for that. Shit. I'll be right back. All right. I'm back. Sorry about that. Did you guys check out my bullish speculation in the daily DD? Hit that like button, shills. Today's interesting. So, if FOMO kicks in, or institutional interest kicks in, they've built this put wall. Hold on, let me turn on the Epic Pen. Congratulations on mod Dan for hire. You were always one of the best for us. Best of us. Okay, Dan for hire is not a moderator. I don't know what you guys are talking about. His name clearly green. There are no Dan mods. So essentially like a Kickstarter for game development followed by limited release quantities. Well, no, right? It allows the owners of the original NFT to act as the publishers of the game, right? Like they would have the rights to sell and rent the IP, right? Creating a stock market, if you will, for video games. I was typing on mobile. It probably auto corrected. That annoys me. What was it? Oh, very good. Grammar corrected. Okay. I was going to talk about stock things. What was I going to say? Oh, yes. So if we do see institutional interest pick up on the rumor today, they have a put wall here and another one at 160. If the price starts to drive up while they're covering FTDs, it'll force them to sell off the put wall, right? Because they don't want to go negative on this. Which kind of uncaps our upward potential, and we could see some serious price action off of that. You can't just say that you're a mod. You're not mod. There's no Dan for mod. GameStop NFT marketplace. Let's fucking go. I'm pretty stoked. You could also have proof that Gherkin played this game or Ronaldo played this copy of FIFA and essentially create a collector value. Yeah. So GME creates a stonk video game market, and they have a bunch of people that became addicted to stonks and charts thanks to them. Genius. I don't know. Maybe that's just because I think of it with Girk's recent announcements. We're seeing a massive influx of customers behind the dumpster. I never thought I would say it, but the Dans are sore, worn out, and cannot handle this much bull mayo. Oh boy. Another small one for game. I don't give a shit, Jr. I'll fix it at some point today. Expect me to wake up and write perfectly edited pieces without coffee. So you're saying there's a chance for sideways? Oh yeah. In order to keep the customer satisfied to the next month, the Dans are calling for new members. Join the greatest hive mind and contribute to MOASS behind the dumpster. Bring your knee pads and no need for a lunch. You will be well fed. Praise Bebop, VWAP, and Dan for hire, not a mod. When Pickle Cult NFT. Did the market open? Ding ding. Ooh, I forgot to check the shares to borrow this morning. Shit. 100,000 available on IBKR. Nope, don't want that. And 455,339 on Fidelity. What's happening here? Hello. Hello, second candle of the day, green. When Pickle Cult NFT? I don't know. Soon. Fidelity shortable currently at 434,000, was above 636,000 this morning. Okay. Thank you, Sam. We really need something that can fucking track that. Like, we have one that tracks IBKR, but why don't we have one that tracks Fidelity? Dan for hire, not a mod. Tire Dan. Nice try. Any news of a Dan being modded is FUD. Please dismiss it and ignore it. Staking of these video game NFTs into a video game rental platform so that people can earn passive income on their unused games instead of selling the games they are done playing. Yeah, that too. That's another opportunity. Or they could simply tokenize the game and rent copies of it, right? Is there a way to create like a time limited token? I wonder. Our new mod, Dan for Hire, will carry us forward to MOASS. Thanks, Greg, for finally giving back to the Dans by modding one of us. Lies. Lies and balderdash. The Dans are attempting some sort of psychological ploy, some psychological warfare. Ignore them. New to GME, appreciate all the good D&D. Anytime, Jason Beck. Well, welcome aboard. VWAPopotamus, the broader market activity dislikes NFTs. Part of innovation is being ahead of consumer behavior. The NFT marketplace will have value over years, not overnight. Definitely not a MOASS catalyst. But it could be catalyzing. Like, you don't think, I mean, research teams at hedge funds and institutions understand the like future value of an NFT marketplace. But you are right, years. Many of the developers that would be desirable are locked into contracts with publishing houses already. Season's greetings. Please accept this kiss under the GME mistletoe. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. A token with expiry? Absolutely. Cool. Check out Apple. Apple short squeeze? Oh no. What's Apple doing? What you doing, Apple? Oh, it'll be fine. Hmm. This is intriguing. We've broken 150. That's on the NFT marketplace. Dude. Really smooth? Read the daily DD, man. PSA from 3 Elder Dans. We're so proud of you, Girk, for overcoming your Dan bias and finally modding a Dan. This is truly a historic day for the great hive mind the world has ever. Greatest hive mind the world has ever. Okay, this is just inaccurate. All right, Carl. I think we need to start timing out Dans. They're getting bunctious. Any idea why Feb out of the money is so high? 182% IV for 510s. I'm not sure. I really think the NFT site is enough to sell people on the NFT marketplace idea? Oh, no, absolutely not. But it's a rumor, and rumors are good. We will see, Muhammad. We will see. AMD sell off. Little market dip. Just give it some time. The market just opened. I wouldn't be super concerned with this. I think things will rebound. Ooh, Visa. Anybody pick up those Visa 220s? This is looking promising. Also, cat this morning. Very happy that I did not sell. Anybody on Goldman? That's testing 390. What was our other play? This one. This is gonna be like a long time. Dude, GameStop doing more ups. How's that put wall now? Well, the 150 part of it not looking super great. Sorry, is AMC creating an NFT marketplace? Why the fuck isn't it back to $2? Oh, digital good time. You missed my super chat. Carl deleted it. I read it, first of all, but then Carl deleted it. Let the Dan Hammer rain. Would you rather have Moonwind be a mod or a Dan? Neither. XRT? What's it doing? Why am I checking this? This isn't interesting at all. I'm trying to catch up on chat. I guess we wait to roll the Jans. Is this our FTD butt rocket? I hope so. Let's hear some crazy Jan price target theories. I'm thinking 150K if the DD plays out as theorized. Wow, that's bullish. I mean, if the options interest comes in, maybe. Does the NFT marketplace news change your approach to moving out of Jan's calls today? I mean, we'll see. We'll see what the end of day looks like. With enough volume, could we avoid the put wall the same way the hedgies avoided the gamma ramp? Sort of. I mean, we could push up through it, yeah, and force them to sell it off. Did PetFi announce he's NFTing his calves? Yeah, I already applied to be an NFT creator. Oh, okay. You were reminding me of the place. I see. I see. I'm not upset with you. Hmm. Interesting. It's a spider. SPY's coming back up already. Looking amazing. Look at it go. Do you get paid to be a creator? I would imagine, yeah. Who can claim a whale tooth for MOASS? I mean, that's Dettles, right? Like, without a doubt. You can mint your OnlyFans stills. I know. SPY 500 end of year at this point. It's looking good, Trash Dan. Not gonna lie. You should NFT my VWAP hat. I'm sure that his workday hasn't started yet. Generic username. Have you guys noticed that if I post shit at night, like none of the shills are there? And then if I post shit during business hours, nothing but. Cost Apple, HD, Microsoft. A lot of big boys are down this morning, but SPY still ripping. That makes sense. Sure. So what can we create anything? I mean, I think you have to be approved. Not enough money for overtime in the evening. Bullish. Oh wait, hold on. This isn't GameStop. This is GameStop. I've never been approved for anything. Can anyone register to be an NFT creator, or do you have to work for BlackRock? I think anybody can try, right? 160. A lot of their put wall is at 160. 150 too, but we already broke through that. So if they can't maintain this price point or drop us, they're gonna probably sell those puts off as well. I'm no butterfly expert, but something tells me this is MOASS. We'll see. Can you move vertical lines on GME higher so it has motivation to move upwards? Well, there already is a higher line. Can you pay my bills? Can you pay my telephone bills? Can you pay my automobiles? What is an automobile? Aloysius, De Van Dander, Abercrombie. If you did, then maybe we could chill. Seriously, though, I need help paying my bills. Anyone can try, but we don't need everyone spamming GME with bullshit. There are talented artists here, but not everyone is. I'm sure GameStop will be able to weed out the ones they're not interested in. Maybe they just approve everyone. That'd be cool. What do you say to people mentioning the $16 billion deduction in margin for hedge funds because of options? What? You gotta DM it to me. Glad to see we're both still alive. Yes, we are, Christy. Congratulations. How many shares does Fidelity have available? As of market open, I think 455,000. I'm not sure at this moment. So a short hedge fund buys lots of puts, and MM has to short in response or something. If they're in the money, yeah, if their delta's high enough. Equivalent to the delta. That's how they remain delta neutral. I can draw a stick man. Is that good enough to be a creator? Probably. Thank you, Grandpa John. Will you will you NFT your Andrew Mo money calls? I don't know, maybe. 433,000. Okay. Massive volume candle on XRT. Who the fuck is it? Oh. Ooh. Fun. CVVWAP's fairly it was fairly stable going into this morning. Nothing interesting. You need some pretty violent moves in order to shift that. Was the DD sub posted by the Fox dude? Oh god. Not again. Yeah, I don't care about that at all. Um Still only 300K though. Aren't they 240% short or something? Yes. I think it was 567%. Nudge, Dan's timeout should be. Don't even try it. LRC CEO said earlier this year that there would be an announcement worth 10 quarterly reports in Q4 with GME NFT announcement last night. It's not an announcement. I have to think LRC will say something soon. Well, I hope LRC says something, but GME's announcement is still like kind of unofficial, right? Like they haven't publicly stated anything. You do know if you place a limit order for 300, you're just going to buy a share for 153.25, right? 1215 short interest reporting Report showing 8.61 million short, a 34% increase. Did a quick calc and that lands us at about 19% reported SI. Woo, gap up. Look at that. GameStop being purchased. I need new pants. MOASS was awesome. Did you visit Brighton when you were in England? You know, I think I did. GME Easy Money. Or maybe it was Dover? The place with the big white, I think it was Dover. Big white like cliffs. I think we need to break out Stefan today. That's right. High definition Stefan. I just want to say this before you disappear. Thanks for all you do, my guy. Okay, we're up we're up $5. Everyone needs to fucking relax. I'm not going anywhere yet. There shouldn't be too much correlation. Oh, yeah, it is Dover. Okay, cool. Is institutional buying or block selling of those puts, you think? It could be either one. It's hard to say. Zakir's wife. They might have, that gap up might have been them dumping their 150 puts. I'm only down 51% now on my Febs. Congratulations. I know, CML. Is this any ETF covering? Or is it all just NFT hype? Well, they have FTDs due today, not from ETFs. They have market maker FTDs due today from November 23rd. But it could be more than that, right? No, this is made by Kool-Aid or Kool-Aid Daddy now. Now that he's made this, he will heretofore be known as Kool-Aid Daddy. Gonna miss you now that Moana is here. Is he qualified to move from apprentice to journeyman in the Pickle Union? Congratulations, brother Stefan. I bought XRT 9050C yesterday, printing hard. Congrats, dude. I just want to thank you for your post this morning. I was disheartened to see folks still doubting what an NFT marketplace of this sort means for GME. Well, some people are just going to be disappointed that it's not an NFT dividend. If the stock was guaranteed to go up $10 for every Dan you modded, how many would you mod? Well, first of all, everyone would have to become a Dan, and then I would mod them all. God, I love the spy. Look at it. It just doesn't care. Like low volume would normally indicate like a bull trap, right? Like this whole run has been fairly low volume if you look. And yeah, no one gives a shit. Just going up, picking up steam. So what you guys don't realize is that JPOW is just fucking the shorts. Yeah, no, JPOW is the real hero. If you guys can, I don't care if you subscribe, but drop a like. It's a big help. I applied to be a content creator. It makes sense. I've made 8 months of GME content now. 9 months of GameStop content? Almost. Jesus Christ, I've been doing this too long. Why is JPOW the hero? He's kept the market from crashing. They're short everything. Yeah, Cat is printing tendies like no one's business today too. Yeah, I don't think it's RC style either. I also just don't think that would happen. Like, their legal counsel would advise them against it. I hope you keep streaming after MOASS sometimes. It's been too much fun. Thank you, DBS. If buying Feb options with the intent to exercise, would it be better to buy in the money or higher out of the money? Is third Friday the best? I mean, the closer to the money you are, the less risk you're taking. Is third Friday the best? I mean, those are monthlies. The Feb 18s are monthlies. So they stand to have better liquidity than the other February dates. If interest picks up and we start to run, then you'll probably have better liquidity in those than you will in the other February strikes, especially this far out. Were NFT audio recordings of you reading your DDs in ASMR? Not all heroes go burr. Spy calls green as fuck. Yep. People are gonna be so confused when Pigeon Whale NFTs come out. I hope so. Norketo, welcome to Cornishon. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. I heard the real one is dead, and you're just wearing a JPOW mask. I don't know what you're talking about. Wait, what's this? Oh, that's not a thing. Here. Where is it? What if we're up $7? What if we just keep going up? I'm afraid the resale market for Pi-Fi related NFT content will be thin. Oh yeah. What was the next put wall? 160 windmill. Can I just say that it's gonna feel so good to be right? Thanks for holding the ship steady throughout the FUD. Do you expect a fairly large short attack today since 500,000 shares are available? I think I heard you say 500,000. Correct me if I'm wrong. That's not a lot. Just FYI. That's Jerome Powell. Fuck you, planter. What kind of indicators should I be looking for to get out of one DTE spy calls? That's usually a good one. I don't know what strike you have. What's the biggest potential loss regret you've had by selling out early? Oh, uh, one time I had zero DTs on Tesla and it gapped up like $30 while I was taking a shit or a plotkin, if you will. And it had come back down by the time I came back. It was just a big old bull trap. As there were not 510s available this week, which is the biggest FUD I've ever seen. Your boy got some nice fills on 420s. Screw that red candle. Literally while typing this. Hugs. Thank you, Pickle Morty. I don't know what to do with you. What are your options? Hold hedge fund triangle chart as NFT. I had three $13 AMC calls that I sold at a loss the day before the run to 65 started. That's a rough one. I had 30 shares of AMC that I couldn't sell on the run to 70. Buying GME at 5 last May and reading 3 articles saying GameStop was going bankrupt and immediately sold at 525. Ouch. That's a rough one. Maybe you'll be a millionaire from NFTs in no time. Later, you can start the MOASS from all the calls you're going to buy. Bingo. Is this the real catalyst? I take 2 days off and you're almost at 2K viewers. People must really want you to DRS. I guess so. I mean, 500,000 shorts, but the question is, does it drive the borrow rate up? If they borrow those completely, right? That's going to drive the borrow rate up, which is a signal of the borrow rate going up on GameStop is definitely going to be noticed by institutions. They don't want to do that. It also makes them indebted to the share lenders and at risk of a share recall. So if they can avoid that, they will. I think we lost you on Discord, or is it just me? I don't think so. And it looks like the audio is coming through. Discord may be having issues. I don't know. Sometimes it does. Sometimes they're regional, which is a real pain in the ass. Just throwing this out there. BB has a solid ramp to 12. Ugh. Still bullish on my 200 weeklies. Thanks for your advice. Greedy fox. 2K viewers, not even 1K likes. Fail chat, fail. What are we at? We have like 959. 10 more would be dope. Then we'd have 969. Which would be a good closing price for today, too, wouldn't it? I'm sorry. I'm bullish as fuck right now. I need to calm down. What do you think of costs? No options chain. The squeeze potential on it's capped. I'm looking to move up in my professional career. Is there any advice you want to give a young budding businessman? And can you write me a letter of recommendation for Best Buy's management team? No. I've de-risked all of my AMC and cost shares. Unlike Jimmy, they go to the moon. Thanks, Planter. Quick, go look at that old green pickle picture Jay Fresh sent you. You'll calm down right quick. Gross. I'm gonna NFT all of those, by the way. Get fucked, Jay Fresh. I don't think you sacrifice the coin. I think it just picks up where you left off, Chris, son of Dan. I can't believe I sacrificed my 6-month coin for my kids' Christmas presents. Oh, you silly, silly man. Is it time to get out of AMD? No. Why? Oh, are you scared? What, do you have like weeklies or something? A little consolidation here is probably fine. That was a tough breakout. It broke 145 and 150. I mean, I I wouldn't be surprised if there's a couple days or a day of consolidation on that. Some people would call it retracement. I don't like that word. What's Tesla doing? Coming back down. Sounds not working. Is it on the Discord? I'll close the Discord and reopen it. There. Are you still watching IRNT? I've got a guess based on the smallest and worst research that it will move on Monday. Okay. You get a vanity URI for invites. Biter, I don't do it because I don't know how Discord works, okay? Can you give a shout out to my deaf granny? She loves listening to you. Shout out to Popcorn Trader's grandma. That wasn't my Persian father. That was Jerome Powell, chairman of the Fed. They posted a meme with you regarding options. Who did? Hugo Dan? My father is not Persian. I am not Persian. She couldn't hear it, but she felt it. That's so weird. Mentor 6 deck builder? What? Send me a link, Hugo Dan. On Discord. Jerome Powell is not my dad. That's what Persians always say. I feel like that's not what Persians say. Oh, Jesus Christ. What's the line between waiting for confirmation and chasing? Sometimes very fine. Usually want to set your confirmation point in advance. Volume can help you determine that. I'm Scottish and I visited Persian. What? Iran? Giuseppe Gerxes von Pickle? No, I don't want to adopt you, Cowboy Dan's Outlaw Gang. Thanks, the Dutch life. Did we MOASS yesterday between 3 and 6 p.m.? We didn't. Can I have a few of my Ko-Fis back? The ones that weren't funny. I spent $10 whole on those, 420s, and now I can't afford any more. Oh, Jesus Christ. Pickle Morty. Tesla made me some got money and burned it all again. This stock is crazy. It is. You really shouldn't be playing Tesla unless you're very experienced trading Tesla. Yeah. In the previous. Spy's looking good. This might be a bounce. Have we officially entered the demand zone? Well, we didn't break 160. Speaking of which, I should update Reddit. Day 45, my hunger strike for the dance civil rights movement. It started yesterday. I'm tired of starving myself for a bunch of Winsies dumpster diving bull mayo ranchers. Fair enough. Did that actually make sense? What did I write? Okay. 3 to 6 p.m. was for December 28th. The DD pointed out today, not yesterday. Okay. I don't have a gold necklace, which would mean that I'm not Persian or Italian, right? I pulled the trigger on my first option a couple weeks ago, Feb 18 165C. Now looking for something further out of the money, but hoping both will print. And someone to exercise the other. 200C solid. Could be, yeah. 200C is a nice 200's a very nice strike. We tend to cross it on bull runs a very solid, like, by a lot. So yeah, I like 200s. I have quite a few of them. It's probably one of my favorite strikes. 200 and 220s and 250s I like a lot. I would say my position is, at least my capital is weighted heavily there. Above you up good, under bad? Not necessarily. Give it some time. If we stay under view up, that's not good. No gold necklace means you're a poor. I'm not French, but I'm part Corsican. What we really need is a shirtless stream with a gold chain. Oh, Jesus. A stranger rage? I'm going to buy your Feb 18C next. Are you going to buy your Feb 18C next week? Yes. There's a chart showing time hours for various prices. I was amazed at a little time was spent between 195 and 205. Yeah, we generally trade like in that when we're up, we usually trade in that region between like uh 210 and 220. I would say we spent more time there. That's kind of like a dead zone too. Not a lot of interest in 210 options. I used to drive a Corsica. uh the pickles stick is not fucking red. It's wood. Ridiculous. You just don't respect wood, do you? I don't own any Persian rugs. Fuck you, Graham Crawford of the Crawfords. You Atlantean. Do you think Adam Aaron registered to be a content creator? Any chance some orders will hit lit in the PM? It's possible. Is this new dip in the money puts or traditional shorting? I think we saw day traders bail. Um, Probably a little shorting, but mostly day traders bailing. Let's see what's going on here. Why is that black? That doesn't look normal. No call volume picking up. Let's see. A few more 155 puts just came in. And some 157 puts for this Friday. But not many. Only like $200,000 worth. They're being very careful moving into more put positions right now. They're spreading the strikes out and they're buying very few contracts at each strike. Can you tell us on what date last year? Uh, Jesus, November. I can't remember right now. It was right around my birthday. I have it written down somewhere. I know, because I looked at it the other day. We detached from XRT. They turned around earlier. XRT still just going up. Excuse me. Jesus Christ. What a ridiculous stock. Spy's breaking to the upside again. Cat's still looking very good. Visa, really looking good. Ew. Citrix. Interesting. Interesting. Not a lot of open interest, though. I guess there is for January. What the fuck does this company do? Oh. Is this our double bottom for the day or not yet? I mean, the Head and Shoulders maybe failed, but maybe not. I'm going to tell you how many shares you have. Okay. Stop typing in all caps. I tried buying some Dillard's options, but I actually only bought a new sweater. Good job. The stick is working. Predicting 180 top. That sounds about right. If we were to run, check your DMs. Oh God, it's terrible. Why is that? I'm not sharing that. That'll get me kicked off YouTube. Do you know a complete list of ETFs containing GME? I'm analyzing FTD data. I mean, I have a list somewhere. What do you think about REITs like American Tower? I have a bunch of O, Flavius. I don't own any AMT. They're fine. Probably better than owning actual real estate. Check Visa daily. Massive reverse Head and Shoulders. Yeah, I know. Visa's been bottomed out for quite some time. If it breaks to the upside, there's quite a lot of potential. Caterpillar might be moving out of its accumulation, which is very exciting, but also sad. You have both of what? Oh, the ETFs and FTD data. Turd. Yeah, maybe Taylor, if you want to at turd in the Discord, maybe he could help you out with some data, or have maybe has what you're looking for. Crocs triple top. Looks like we're gonna keep dropping. Mm, no, I think Crocs is just gonna probably turn around. Fuck, all the way back down to open. That would be shitty. Kool-Aid made it. If MOASS plays out how SS believes, do you have an exit strategy? I do. I wrote one. Oh, there you go. Carl linked it. Original Stefan is better. I mean, do you feel like there was no news released from GameStop officially, right? They just updated their NFT marketplace. Why are other financial streamers less handsome than you? I don't know. Oh, here comes the negativity. I mean, we can still sustain the uptrend for the day, right? We just gotta see if we can turn around. Maybe a themed Stefan is required to excite the stock. Interesting. Paid comment. they don't. They do not need to announce anything more. They're building content for the marketplace, so smart money already knows it's coming, and apes are broadcasting it. Word is out. I agree. I agree. The hints may be actually better than a full-on official announcement. Can you explain to me how I keep losing money? No, because I don't know what you're doing. God, the spy just won't quit. Does the NFT platform announcement impact in any shape, form your theory? I mean, it can catalyze price movement. It doesn't change market mechanics. That's both like the good thing and the bad thing about my thesis is that like it's unaffected by a catalyst, right? Like like those market mechanics will remain in place regardless of FOMO. But at the same time, it also ignores the potential for a catalyst. So a catalyst at any time could upset the timing of the cycle, right? In the sense that the stock could run in advance of when we expect to move, but the the FTDs are due when they're due. Like that doesn't change if there's a catalyst. I'll give you my TDA username and password. No thanks. Remember the GameStop report? They said they were short, so they also said they can pull GameStop out of the DTCC DEX. When? Why would they pull it out of the DTCC? They're not going to delist the company. Also, it would take a majority shareholder vote in order to pull that off. Thank you, Jax S. Happy birthday to you as well. If my AMC Lambo fund defaults to an 89 Honda CRX, can I still pick up chicks? Yeah, you absolutely can. Should I make the stick green? Absolutely fucking not. Sticks aren't green. Kool-Aid Disciple. Still selling Jans end of day or waiting a few more days to see how this NFT thing plays out. Still selling them end of day. Do you think a lot of positive sentiment will fall off if nothing substantial happens in January? Like, do I think people will sell? No, not for the most part. How about some leaves on the stick? Those are green. I don't know if I can do that. Yeah, I probably can't do that because it's like an image. Oh, Jesus Christ, not with the NFT dividends. There's no NFT dividend. You don't want them to pull their. You don't want them to delist GameStop. You realize that that clears the short position, right? Delisting GameStop, bad. That means that any additional trades that occur on GameStop will occur in OTC markets, where Citadel will have a very good time. It also puts all the FTDs outstanding in the obligations warehouse. Puts on hood, or has it found its bottom for now? Who knows? OTC is where the magic happens. OTC is where the crime happens. Okay, I don't care about your facts and green sticks. I picture the obligation warehouse like the warehouse at the end of Indiana Jones. Fitting. A Citadel is the Dormammu of OTC markets? Yes. As a longstanding member of this community, I support Stefan's right to use whatever stick he sees fit. He is an experienced professional and is better than you. Back off, pores. GameStop is going to try to replace NYSE with their blockchain technology. No, they're not. Oh, okay. There's sarcasm there. Sorry, you gotta put the /s or something. Citadel owns a few Drac pools where crime happens. What's my favorite type of ramen? Uh, ton- tonkatsu? Or tonkutsu. Tong. I think I said it right. I can't remember now. Or miso. I like miso ramen a lot, but just miso in the pork broth. Would an NFT dividend delist GameStop? No, but it's also not going to happen. Will there be any criminal investigation into turning off the buy button? Probably not. Tonkatsu. Right the first time? Okay. Clip. Don't treat you personally. I don't want you to misinform the Dans with your brown stick FUD. Listen, the Dans know how to identify a stick, green or brown. Congratulations, Kevin Ma. Sudoku ramen. Hi, my Persian friend. Okay, I'm thinking if you bought your first share of GME in November last year, they were roughly $16. So your $50 gets you 3.125 shares. So at $320, you become a millionaire. 50,000 gets you 3,125 shares. So at $320, you become a millionaire. Great buy, Girk. That should I only bought 500 shares last November. The larger part of my GameStop position was bought in February. Tonkotsu is the pork bone soup. Tonkotsu. Okay. I knew I didn't think katsu was right because yes, I do know that it's fried. I bought in neither of those months. Cost basis is high as fuck. How much did you buy when DFV told Congress he bought more? You mean when he announced his like buy-in on Reddit? Uh, I think I bought. Well, let's see. I bought more when he said I'm not a cat, and then I bought more at the end of market that day. Gochujang. Can you please tell me which obscure biotech company will 10x today? Thank you. You still planning to roll your Jan contracts today? Yeah. I'm not rolling them today. I'm just selling them. And then I'm going to roll them. I'm going to buy back in later this week or next week. Daily Myrna dead question. Rallied a little bit this morning, right? Yeah, I think so. It doesn't. I don't think it's found support. I hear IDEX is the new naked. This obscure EV company will rip today-ish. Maybe. How are we feeling on the pretzel stock? Wetzel's? I was never in on Wetzel's. Never need financial advice. I won't charge first 50 and last 50 clients behind the dumpster. Would I make more money if I charge them? Yes. Wait, I thought you said Wetzel's was the move. That was a joke and a meme. You gotta give them free samples. You might need to move your charts over 1 week. That'd be nice. I wonder how much volume CFDs generate for short hedge funds. Curious. Can you like double short with a CFD? I need to sell some worthless MS puts that expire in Jan for tax loss harvesting. But there are 0 buyers. Interested? No, not really. What's everyone doing with Feb calls that are down? Buying more? Matt Core's promoting unusual whales. Anybody will pay him. If GME could MOASS today, the 510 gang would be so happy. I would also be happy. Yeah, but how does the broker hedge that bet? Like, they have to hedge it, right? Do you have total donations per user stats on Ko-Fi? Guaranteed Gram is number one. Number one is probably Han. Yeah, number one is Han Banan. Number two, President Darth Dan. Number three, Carl. Those are the top three. CFD delta is similar to options. Profitable MMs for CFD should be delta neutral and profit from arbitrage. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I just wonder if CFDs apply more pressure because of the difficulty in rehypothecating in the European market. Like it's much harder for them to make like to hedge synthetically in the EU market. CFDs are illegal in the US. Should I just become number one in one fat donation? That's up to you, Carl. Three. Carl doesn't like being number three. I'm a mod and I haven't given him a single cent. This is true better. Leverage for GME on T212 for a CFD is 1 to 2. Interesting. How much am I behind? I have no idea. I don't think there's any way to tell. You are okay. I have found a way to tell. Um, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. You were $65 behind Carl. And oh, wait, hold on. Oh, this is confusing. This doesn't work. I have no idea. I think this is, I don't know how the fuck to do this. This doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I don't think this actually tracks like who's number one. Sorry. Let the Findom Wars commence. Guys, just hold on to your money. Don't worry about that shit. That's stupid. Can you check top YouTube donors? Maybe. Probably not. Supers. No. Maybe Streamlabs has something like that. Donation FOMO rise Graham Crawford. Um why Crawford shout so loud? They're Scottish. They have to be able to hear each other from very far away, and the sheep absorb the sound. So Seems they don't have issues. Okay, interesting. Well, I was just interested in how much more effect CFDs would have, at, like, because it's very hard to synthetically hedge CFDs in the countries where they have them. There is no gherkin. My cat is looking for a quality sheepskin. Can you check out Tossed on TDA? They say it's 103% owned by institutions. That just implies there's probably some short interest or something. Oh, it's just because they haven't reported since the IPO. That's bullshit. Um, that's the best reason for Scots to shout I've ever heard. Yes, you can. You have the option to dan a sheep behind the bairn. Hmm. Why is TMCM covering GME at all? Do you think they will ever again? Like mainstream media? Are you waiting to power out to sell your 114 calls? Yeah. I don't have any 114 calls though. I have January 21st calls. GME has a different ticker on Frankfurt. Does this affect anything? Probably. Yeah. Is there a precedent for a company the size of GME with this much illiquidity? I don't think so. Like, I guess like Burke A or something like that. Yeah, this illiquidity is not good for them. They just need to avoid buy pressure, right? If they can keep interest out of the stock, then they're in a good spot. XRT is a good buy at the money calls. I think so. Mind you got NVAX bounce on the fourth. Didn't the stock like tank super fucking hard recently? Bounce looks good. I don't hate it. But kind of succumbing to the resistance a bit here at 165. I would want it to clear one. I would consider a breakout of 172 like confirmation. And not a sustained breakout, not this volatility spike that it had earlier. Milestone chat 510 gang for Moana. Thank you so much, Darkborn. I appreciate it. We were small but mighty. You couldn't beat us in a fight. All of you? Probably not. Stop saying MSM. Repeat after me. Corporate media. I don't give a shit. Just media. Just all news. It is mainstream. Right? Why not say MSM? It's so much easier. There's about Feb 200C. I know I could have waited and paid for less theta, but I don't want to risk missing on retail institution buy-in if the NFT announcement is formally made. Fair enough. William Weaver, hi Garrick. CFD are not shares. CFD is just a contract between the broker and the buyer. There's no share transaction. Broker wins and the buyer loses, and vice versa. So buying or selling CFD has nothing to do with price changes. That's not true. They have to be hedged, right? The seller of the CFD is going to hedge their risk. Oh goddamn. Right, CFDs would have delta that would be hedged. You're not shadow banned, Peeler. I see the things you're saying. Farrell the poor in third place. Hate to be that guy, but if you want true GME shares instead of Frankfurt shares, DRS would work out for you in order to get GME shares, correct? Sure. I mean, that's not what I was referring to. My XRT Feb calls went down 97% to down only 12% this morning. I love options. They're pretty fun. Did you buy fucking weeklies, Velvet Jupiter? I don't ignore you, Peeler. Why would I ignore you? Oh, you know what it is? I'm on top chat again. There we go. Maybe. Maybe you don't tag me when you say things. Have you thought about that? I won't be left out of the conversation about top donors. Thank you, Nutsaculon. I sent a super chat and you didn't read it? Where? When? Was that the one that Carl deleted? No. I didn't see it. Did you curse in it? Or put a link in it? I don't ignore you either, red hair. Thank you, Nutsaculon. I appreciate it, man. They're not obligated to hedge CFDs, but they would hedge them, right? Y'all are fucking simps. You're a simp. What are you doing in here? You're welcome, Sir David P. If I delete a chat, YouTube goes back and deletes all the previous comments. I don't actively delete super chats. Oh. Stop timing people out then, Carl. You've already timed out both of the Crawfords. Thimp. Peeler member 2 months. Member for 4 months, Cornishon. I'm Girk's 6th sub ever, and I called him out as a shill on his first stream. Don't worry, Peeler. I'll never forget you. Top? No, but come on. I'm pretty consistent. Hugs. Venmo me back these donations. I already promised that money to some strippers. Oh, Pickle Morty. As have I. As have I. Sean Connery, is market normal for Friday 12/31? What? What does that mean? But I can't chat because I've been typically watching on my 85-inch TV. Well, then how am I ignoring you if you're not even chatting? My kids think the scary banana man is hilarious. I can't tell the real story. Yeah, you probably shouldn't. Not until they're older. If they're the same strippers, then it's all good. So, could you make a pickle game funded by NFTs? The game is bought and sold as an NFT. Creator and investors get paid by owning the NFT stock, well, tokens, and in game pickle character skins can be sold. Yeah. IBK are down to 46,000. Cool. 85-inch TV flex. They're not even that much money. He was asking if the market closed on Friday. The answer is yes. Yes, it's closed. Oh. Yeah, I don't think. Is it open for New Year's Eve? No, right? It's because they're gonna. There's a closure day for New Year's. So New Year's Day's closure will be observed New Year's Eve. What is VWAP Seminary School Breaking Ground? I'm reading the pamphlets now to become a deacon. Dan Deacon. It would be Deacon of Dan. Do you think there's a library of content that GS has ready to seed the platform? I'm sure that's what they're attempting to acquire. Are 1231 options? No New Year's observation? Oh, okay. So market's open all week. Yeah. Got it. Yeah, that makes sense. There's options that expire on the 31st, so markets are open New Year's Eve. No day off for me. We're having a bit of a rough time with the 250 EMA. Where is that, by the way? 156.36. Do we pick gap up? Oh. We might need to fill this gap. And that might be what the push is for. What was the price action earlier? Could have been a little FOMO. Why is that gap relevant? It's only relevant if we fill it. Is there a chance for more up action today? Well, they sold off a bunch of the 150 puts. So there should be some more support at 150 now than previously. There's less negative delta at that strike. There are GME FTDs due today. Do you have change for 100? No. Why would I have cash? What the fuck do you use cash for? I would like us to fill the gap at 282. I mean, me too. Like, today would be nice. Today seems like a good time to fill that gap. Can I borrow 10K? No. 152.50 max pin. Is it? It was 160 yesterday. Is it down that much? Some of those puts being sold off, it might not be so bad. Yep, 152.50. Do you know how many FTDs are due today, approximately? Nope. No way to tell. We don't know what was synthetically hedged, what wasn't. It is all internal. No access to that data. How do you identify a gap, and how are they created? Usually created by a spread in the bid-ask. You use cash for wiping your metaverse. I use it for wiping my MOASS. Turdfrig. Front to back, of course. What's the highest call available? 950s? I tip my strippers with silver and gold coins. I don't believe in fiat currency. It makes it a little awkward when I'm throwing it at them on stage, though. It's called making it hail. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't use it. Why would I? No. Can you make a pickle juice bidet? How far out for in the money XRT calls? Looking at 89 Cs for Feb and March. That's probably sufficient. Feb or March is probably fine for the snapback. You're looking like slightly in the money. Reasonable. Of all the ETF and GME FTD dates in January, which ones do you think have the most upside potential? The ETF FTD dates? But historically, the FTDs increase over that period. So the furthest, because as they're creating FTDs, right, and synthetics, they create more and more the further they're shorting, right? They're using more and more synthetics, and so it tends to have an inverse action. And so the FTDs pick up as we move through the cycle. So the initial FTD dates are kind of weak, and then the later FTD dates have more and more FTDs until we get to those like the futures FTDs on GameStop and the ETF FTDs, which I think have the most oomph. Like today's just FTDs. They're not super significant. They can be sometimes, but rarely. Yeah, there's actually some more ETFs on Reg Show as well, but yeah, those three are still on there. Will GME see 100 before 200? Unlikely. All in on 950, boys. Oh, Jesus Christ. Stop buying stupid calls, man. I've been inside a GME store. When I sell during MOASS, do I have to let the SEC know what a former insider is selling? No. Thoughts on DTC surpassing pre-Jan levels? DTC? What do you mean? Like the stock? Oh, the days to cover? You guys, like, DTC also means Depository Trust Company. I think it's the Solo Cup Company stock. Like, there's a lot of things you could be talking about when you say DTC. Um, but days to cover is interesting. It hasn't surpassed pre-Jan levels, but it's approaching them. That means there's more shares on loan. What's your expected price range for the late gen run up? Is 300 to 400 reasonable? I mean, it depends on if we hit 200 before then. Why do Henkadashi candles project a different candle color than the regular candles? Which one would you believe in more during MOASS? Regular candles are probably better during high volatility, but they're harder to read trends on. Is it bad I'm just holding GME for their potential involvement with crypto blockchain technology? FYI, big crypto guy here. I just hold GME. No. Vortex is showing it past pre-jam levels? Shit. That's interesting. I don't like Vortex, but you can't really ignore data anomalies. Do you think we see a flash crash right before the 21st? God damn it, 21st of January. I would expect them to do like they did in December to reduce leap exposure on the 21st. No, I don't. I think they have FTDs to cover during that time, and most of those FTDs are from the crash, like the massive dip that they used to dodge that gamma exposure just now. So yeah, I don't think so. You don't cover FTDs while simultaneously shorting. Short the SPY. It's just consolidating. I don't think it has too much downside today. Maybe like 476. Ugh, I've switched these ugly candles. There. BTC dump. Okay. What's your favorite Indiana Jones film? The one with Sean Connery. Would it be wise to sell all out of the money Feb calls today and buy back in around Jan 5th? You could, yeah. I'm just going to average down, but yeah, that is an option if you're not adding any more to your position to save some money on theta. You should get sponsored by some VAP. I don't even know what that is. GameStop 42 424B5 prospectus. Moving to new depository, page 16. How would this impact low liquidity if they tried to move NYSE because of liquidity? I mean, maybe move to NASDAQ? That'd be interesting. You're still holding weekly 160s. Wondering if I missed my best chance to roll. I never had any weeklies for this week. Did I? No. Oh, I did. I think I had like one contract for December 31st or something like that. I sold those last week. Can you go over the cycle and show where we're at right now? I can show you where we're at. I'm not going to go over the whole theory, but yeah, I'll show you where we're at. Hold on. Where's the... You're here. So we have ETF FTDs coming up on January 10th. I think last year, after the dip here, we saw a little bit of a run, one down day, and then a run up into the FTDs on the 10th. Then we kind of had high volatility up until like, so these FTDs more or less created volatility, but not a lot of upside. A little bit, but not a lot. Until we got out here to the 20th, and then we started to see some significant upside. This is really when like the big FOMO kicked in. And then obviously the 25th was the peak of that price activity. We do have ETF FTD dates out here though as well. And so if contracts are held out February 18th or later, the hedging will have to continue into these FTD dates and the price will not drop. Ideally. If enough options are cash settled on that spike on January 25th, that we may not get significant price action off of those February FTD dates. Huzzah, the glorious GME treasure map. I do still have my January 950s. I'm just going to sell them at the end of today. Can you go over again on how to roll options? You sell the contract you have, and then you buy one further out. That is a roll. You can do it at the same strike. You can do it at a higher strike. You can do it at a lower strike. We can just set the whole thing off early there, right? That's possible, yeah. Oh, a big announcement? If it's big enough, that it could drive FOMO would absolutely could absolutely set it off. I don't think the price action is all algorithmic at all. Why would you sell the Jan 950s end of day instead of wait? I could just buy other volatility plays further out. Because Theta's just going to destroy all the rest of the contracts, all the January contracts in the next like week or so. So why hold January's for a move I like? Why hold January's for a move I expect January 21st's for a move I expect to occur on the 25th? How does the Jan run factor into hedge funds shorting under gamma exposure November, December? Logical to think they'll do it again next month. I don't think it's logical to think that they would do it again because all the FTDs from the initial shorting are due, right? So whereas from end of November through now, the that 2 weeks of downward price action, that was all ETF creation and selling, right? But going into January, um, that's all FTDs from that short, right? Does that make sense? So what happens in January is not a gamma exposure event. I mean, January 25th is, but how are they going to short while simultaneously covering the FTDs that they created on the last short? Like you just can't do both at the same time because then you're raising the price. Like so, by you're covering FTDs, pushing the value of the ETF up, which then makes the creation more expensive in order to right. So you'd be working against yourself. What if only minimal amounts of? There's a lot. There's big FTDs. They shorted an entire fucking sector and reg show threshold listed like 3 ETFs already. Let's say nothing happens in Jan and early Feb. What were your stance on GMEB? Will the goalposts just move again? I mean, there's gamma exposure in the next cycle. The cycles will continue. When's the next cycle? November, and then the next OPEC settlement is February 22nd. Nope, that's January. February. Yeah, well, February 18th monthly expiration. So yeah, February 22nd is the next OPEC settlement. I'll just continue to make money off the cycles, but hold out less hope for a short squeeze until there's more fundamental price improvement. Yeah, they failed the roll as well. I think everyone forgets about that because they don't really know or understand its existence or why the role is there. But there are FTDs from the failed futures role as well. Well, I think if DRS causes low liquidity and they tried to move to over the counter 424 beef, it doesn't matter. It clears the shorts off the stock. It clears their obligations. If GameStop pulls itself out of the DTC and into its own marketplace, which is never happening, but even if it did, that would remove the short position. It just it absolves them of their responsibility for that position. It could trigger, like, the announcement could trigger a share recall, but it may not. The lenders may just let them clear it out in the OTC. Are you getting close to 13 days on Reg Show? Fucking January 5th or 6th, I think. January 5th? Hold on, let me count. T plus 13. That's for XRT, not for GameStop, by the way. Oh, 1229. Wait, no, that's wrong. Where's 1217? 1217. 1-6. 1-6 is the T plus 13 for Reg Show. You're more of a Charmander or Squirtle kind of guy. I don't even know what that means. Do you think FTD covering is done for today? Could be. No. Do you think it will ever go to over the counter? I did agree not happening. I don't think it will ever. I don't think they'll ever delist GameStop either. But yes, if they delist it, it will. The obligations will. Those obligations do not recognize an NFT marketplace. Kind of got slapped today. The SPY hasn't gotten slapped at all. It's fucking up like 5 basis points. It's flat, but that's not slapped. Do you think it was just gonna run fucking like $10 a day every day? That's not how that works. Um, your DM is why this Stefan was born with the skills of Kool-Aid Daddy. That's awesome. I wish that was an in-game character. Maybe they delist AMC. I mean, once it goes bankrupt. I don't trust anybody. It got slapped flat. How many covered their shorts from the time they pushed it down to $5? They didn't cover any shorts when they pushed it down below $5. They were still shorting then. Apparently. Oh, what time is it? It's 11:40. So I found a video of DFE talking about AMC and their large amount of debt. He didn't seem too interested in the stock either, because it was shit then and it's shit now. Nothing's changed. Their CEO's just robbed a bunch of people. Impressively. And they love him for it, which is, I mean, well done on Adam Aaron. Picked up $70 million selling off shares this year. He still has $2 million worth of stock in the company, but I'm sure he'll shed that at the soonest available chance. What's your opinion on trade spotting, bundling GME and AMC together? Does he know that, like, about their ETF exposure or the variant swaps? I don't think he really does. Didn't he come out pretty strongly against AMC more recently and kind of change his tune on that? What about DTCC putting a chill or a freeze or delist AMC or GME if it squeezes and jeopardizes the insurers and brokers and banks? That's a lot of ands. I don't know why they delist AMC. Um, yeah, they could do it. They could not the DTCC, but the SEC or NYSE could put a freeze. Yeah, CFO bailed. Come on, cunts. Cunts. Common to common to common to sense. I bet. Hey, Kirk, thanks for hanging in there with us all. I know that the 50 cents puts for Jan are part of variance swaps, But the effect that large OI has Jan leaps max at 150. It what? And this is a lot to read. Hold on. It did even back when we were trading above 200. Significance that we ended up at that strike anyways. Probably. Drive an entire year's worth of options out of the money. That's the goal, is to get rid of that exposure, right? And now to try to keep it there. I believe it's 2 million shares left, not dollar value on AMC for AA. I don't know about that. He's sold $70 million worth of shares for his planning. Check out, I'm not listening to any of Al from Boston's videos. Liz Clamens whistle. Him, Charlie, Lou, all those fucking guys bundled into the same package, as far as I'm concerned. I have another. If you have another session with Trade Sweating, can you debate AMC with him, please? Sure. I was running through your bins the other day and I found an old family photo of yours. I'm not sure why you would have thrown it away. I have sent it to you. What the fuck is this? Why have you done this? This is amazing. Did you ever go over that DD someone mentioned before regarding how someone posted options OI reduces their margin requirements? Jesus Christ. No, because the person who wrote that DD is incurably stupid. And I've decided to no longer acknowledge any of his DDs after he tried to write an anti-options DD previously that ignored tail risk hedging and short position covering entirely. Three financial terrorists in a pickle. Breaking A sold 70 million in AMC to go all in on GME. He likes the stonk. Go figure. I wouldn't be surprised. He needs someone to sell his NFTs. Dude, I don't think the person who wrote the Doomps DD can speak English. Like, that dude couldn't make a sentence make sense. Yeah, that DD was also stupid as fuck. had amazing eyebrows as a baby. Spy ripping again. Can you give me some Bitcoin for NFT? No. Not in a million years. Post some moo motherfucker bulls. This is just in GameStop going to the moon eventually. I like it. So you were born with it? Not just Maybelline? It's not. I've never even used Maybelline. Thaddeus goes still. Kind of disappointing to see Smooth Brain has become a perpetual state for so many rather than something to be moved on from. Well, I think many have moved on from full smoothness. Some just doubled down on the polishing. I was on Trade Spotting stream last night and broke the GME NFT update to him live. Dude is super bullish on DME, dislikes but covers AMC. That sounds more in line with what I thought his stance on AMC currently was. I have no interest in promoting AMC at all. If those people don't want to watch my YouTube, good. Then I have to answer their stupid fucking questions. If no significant GME price action today, sideways until Jan 10th, probably. Maybe a little up. There's a little bit of ups between now and Jan 10th. And a little up into January 10th. Can you give me Bitcoin for NFT? No. Oh, okay. This is just like spam. Has anyone out there done good DD on what NFTs can be used for? Some people have done some DD on what NFTs can't be used for and why they suck, but well, that's no way to brigade. Is there a possibility to get obligation warehouse data? Probably not. You can get CNS data, I think. You could try doing what's it where you file for the data? Freedom of Information Act. Trade spotting covering AMC has been getting people to sell AMC. I see a lot in the comments. I'm in AMC rehab on step 12 with nearly all in GME. Now, hence my retarded tendencies. They're trying their absolute best to keep the stack below 158.50 for some reason. Well, there's a big put wall at 160, so it's unlikely we'll cross it. They put walls in place, right? When they have these low volume FTDs. In order to stabilize the price action. So if we're trading down here, it keeps it from coming up. It's effective. How much money would you have if you 10x to $1,100 10 times? Natsuka. Is MLK day factored into your Jan dates already since the market will be closed? I don't know if that affects anything. What day is it on? Like FTDs are only deferred if they fall on a holiday. And they're just moved to the next day at market open. On RunUps, you can predict the GME chart by watching the AMC chart. It's always about 3-minute candles ahead. I've made a lot of money on options doing that this whole saga. That's because they pump the IV on AMC, then they pump the IV on GameStop when they're covering. There's a reason for that. I'll just say they put these walls there. Whoever's covering the FTDs, short hedge funds or market makers, whoever's covering the FTDs erects those put walls before covering. So they'll usually slam the price. Like they'll buy the puts and then slam the price to drive the puts into the money with shorts. Like this is the strategy we generally see play out. God damn it. Hold on. So they'll buy puts at and out of the money. Then they borrow shorts, drive the price down, putting those puts in the money, right? And then they cover their FTDs within the boundaries of those puts. Then they sell them, and then the stock can come back up. It's not always effective. Sometimes they get blown out. It's happened a few times. You and Houston Wood are GME guys. You should do a live stream together. I've done 2 streams with Houston. What are a couple other plays you'd recommend to help raise capital? Missed out on Pickles picks yesterday too. Smacks my head. Trying to grab some not so degenerate but pricey strikes in April. Interesting. Consolidating a bit. Might fail that test. I still think Visa 220s look good. 6'3" Prometheus Dan, pal. Visa looks like it's starting to recover. There's a lot of room to the upside, and this inverse head and shoulders is butte. But yeah, V220C probably pretty far out is something I'm looking still to pick up. CRTX, Fabs I was looking at. That looked interesting. What else? SPY for probably SPY at the money for, well, it's going to dip on the SLD probably. So probably I have Jan 21 475s right now, but at the money still seems fine. I think there's room to the upside. I guess that would be the update to that. XRT still looks good. XRT, I think as we see the reg show covering start to kick off, I think that's got a lot of room to the upside as well. I think 95s are the safest. And I would want Feb or March on those. Clip it? Clip what? Oh. What am I clipping? Oh, the put wall thing? Jimmy, Jan 21 95 XRT no good. That's what I have. I mean, I'd prefer them further out. If the forced covering of FTDs begins on the 6th, it's at least 13 days from there, 13 trading days from the 6th until, so starting on the 7th, until until it could potentially be removed from the threshold list. And so by having Jan 21s, you could miss the peak. Also, a lot of those ETF FTDs are doing Feb. All good, man. Could you get a book club channel in Discord with educational books, materials you and possibly people you trust recommend? Oh yeah, maybe like an educational something. I'll think. I'll think of something. CML. That sounds like a good idea. Almost back to open. Working on it. It definitely isn't. A syllabus. I'm about to close half my CCs. So much unrealized gains. I thought it was MOASS because you were so bullish. The day's, first of all, the day's not over, Moon. Second of all, there was risk, right? Did you get out of the money Gen 21 calls yet today? No, end of day. We need a book on how to read first. I mean, that's what the crayon sharpening room is supposed to be for, to some degree. But yeah, I'll make another room. I got sick and there was a lot of violent upside puking last night. Today I learned the difference between trailing stops and trailing stop limits and market orders. Awesome, dude. Those are important to know about. And I'm not being sarcastic, they are. Those are understanding what order types to use is very important. And when to use each type as well. Only get mocked by the Dans. Is this right? On the Discord? What? What's happened to critical hits? There's not enough volume that would indicate that they have closed the FTDs. I mean, that's not necessarily true. What was our volume on the 23rd? 4 million? Mm, some of that was definitely FOMO. We'll see. Well, I'm subscribed, but I don't see the dill pics. I didn't post any this week. I just did them on the stream because I was busy. So I did them on the stream yesterday morning, and then I just updated them now, like 10 minutes ago. I think I'm locked out of the rooms because I have another name on Discord. No, as long as your YouTube account is linked to your Discord account, you should be able to see them. Unless you're not a billionaire, in which case you can't. Have we considered rating your bullish sentiment on a daily basis and looking at the correlation with GME movement? Could be what we've been misusing this whole time. You're a valuable resource to the community, sir. I was thinking at the end of the stream each day, people could message what they learned that day and you could highlight some good points. I feel like people do that anyway. I get probably like 100 different questions a day on average that I try to answer before I go to bed. Sometimes I miss them, but rarely. That would explain it. That's fine, critical hits. Huh. What's your prediction of XRT going back to 100 in Jan? I think it could go higher. I think it could overcorrect. But it's on the threshold list, so there will be forced FTD covering on it soon. If you had 30K capital to deploy, would you sell puts at around a strike of 120 through 130 or bump it closer to the underlying? If I was going to sell puts this week, which I'm not, but if I was, I would probably sell them just below. Ooh, I would sell them at 137. Another thing you could do is have an FAQ channel where you just list out and answer the questions everyone keeps asking. Maybe it'll reduce some of the repeated questions. Maybe. We've talked about this a lot in the past. The best way to predict stocks is use logic, then do the opposite of that. That's not true. So win announcement. This is getting ridiculous. We'll see. Could be after market close today. We don't know. I hope he does it on like January 9th. That'd be just fucking awesome. I mean, adding content to the marketplace already or creators to that marketplace indicates that they are nearing a rollout, right? Any opinion on MVIS, Feb 1810C? Ready to lose my first premium. Broke as fuck, but intrigued by learning options. I don't think using actual money on options is the best way to learn about them. Take the money that you would spend on that call, save it, and then paper trade the play that you're planning on. That way, when you're ready to trade options, you'll have money saved. Ooh, that's a good way to do it. Do you think the market will crash within the next 6 months? It should. That doesn't mean it will. Far more money has been lost betting on market crashes than has been made. Anyway, didn't the Fed just announce that they're talking about creating like a digital currency? That's how they get rid of hyperinflation, right? Switch the dollar to crypto, regulate the fuck out of crypto. It's genius. Best place for paper trading? If you want to trade options, probably TDA, Thinkorswim. A lot of new people in here. I think there are. Well, we have a lot of new people today. That's fine. It'll always be, that'll always happen. It's because of my super bullish tweet. I find it's best to lose 28K in November calls that you diamond handed from 2,000 profits and nothing. 200% profit and nothing. Teaches you a lot quickly. It does. Modern monetary theory. Monkey wrenches the whole market about to crash. 1.4 people, 1.2 like spread. Nice. Oh, Fluffiosa. Can't my Febs be green already? Boring. Not yet. Too soon. It'll be cash so long as there are boomers. Fair. Hello, new people. Don't succumb to the subjectiveness of the Dans. What's up, Jason Ward? Sorry, what was that? Couldn't hear that advice over these 510s crackling. Felt cute, wanted to add more. Oh boy. Let's see if we can go reversal on this fucking all-day downtrend. Where's this bitch gonna break? There. Hmm. That doesn't look good. If we drop, we'll drop. I don't think we'll drop that low. Maybe there. 147.50. Nope. Piece of shit. Lots of problems with the idea that the US can't just regulate the fuck out of crypto. They risk to miss out on the economic growth it potentially brings with it. US is not dumb and listens to money. Yeah. Or they do. Just to be clear, it can break to the downside out of the wedge. I mean, it doesn't look great right now for a breakout. I just tuned in, saw the daily. So, summary of today so far: cover right off the bat, but being held down by all those puts. Any hope for 175 Jan calls? Still 9th or 10th? Yeah, that I'm holding my. So I have 160. I don't have any 175s. I have 160, 180. Jan 21. I'm gonna hold those. I'm not selling these. I'm gonna hold those through the 10th. If nothing happens on the 10th, I'm gonna get out of them. 10th, 11th, 12th, probably actually. Let me check. I'll hold it through the 2 FTD dates. So yeah, the 10th and the 12th. If nothing by then I'll be out of them. Do you ever trade commodities? Is it similar to day trading? Much higher risk, huge amounts of leverage. So no, not really. I've dabbled, but not really my thing. Not too different. You aren't using Stefan correctly. Oh, I'm so sorry. Worse yet, this upper trend line is just not lining up the way I want it. I think it needs to be, yeah. Maybe that's just where the volatility is there. That looks better. Whip $1, yeah. Is Ape Fest back on? What the fuck is Ape Fest? That sounds like something I wouldn't attend. Lumber is going crazy again. Cool. If inflation keeps picking up, oil futures would probably be interesting. Do you think we can sustain a higher floor over time, or do we always fall back to 140? And we've sustained higher floors for periods of time. I just sent you some DD on Discord. Can you check it out and recommend it to the channel? Oh, God. Oh boy. Yes. Guys, is this a new edition, or is it just a summation, Dan Almighty? Firefest? Did you get an email from WeBull inviting you to a new beta of trading index options? Yes. No, we've been trading ETF options, not index options. Equity versus index. So I think they're opening up SPX and some other ones. VIX. You should be able to play actual VIX on Webull now. It's the full collection. Okay. I've heard that Stefan's finisher. Oh god. I just had a morbid thought. If God forbid you stroked out or had a heart attack on stream, none of us would be able to get you help. That's fine. How would I have a stroke? Bullpen it on the 15. bear? Oh, that's the daily, sorry. 15. Sure. I'd say it's a bit lower with that reversion, or that drop back to mean is like not super bullish. Spoo dumping. Yeah, like 476 ish. Today's price action looks a bit like 824. People say that every day. This is a big sale, but I think it might be a bear trap. Or a little bit of a bear trap. Let's see. Not a lot of volume on this, actually. It's like 500, 500,000. Interesting. What time is it? 12:30. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be back in a few minutes. All right, I'm back. Hey, look. The stock did a thing. Why isn't it January yet? What does it mean when the red side of the L2 tape is flat? Not a lot of orders? There's not. There's just not a lot of there's not much on the ask. Check SPY. What's it doing? Hey, look at me, I'm right. Think it's gonna keep dumping? Let's see. Yeah, I mean, it could fall as low as like 475.34 maybe. I don't see any reason for it to dump other than that, or continue dumping. Go to exercise an option and I receive shares from the exercise. Are they available immediately or subject to good faith violations? It depends on the money you use to exercise, I think. Like if you do a cashless exercise, it might be subject to good faith violations. But if you do, well, they wouldn't actually, because you can only do cashless exercise on a margin account. I don't think so, Glider. So are they allowing VIX futures now or no? Or is that not available yet? Ooh. That's interesting. Is Adam Aaron pumping GameStop? What the fuck? Maybe Kenny has his family hostage and he has to do it. I know. AA saw the corn tribute vid you did on your Discord. TradeSpy was saying yesterday the weekly close over 151 would give the stock a higher low on the weekly time frame and be extremely bullish. I agree. Had TradeSpotting moved most of his analysis out to the weekly to compensate for the low volume? Hmm. I think the SPY is likely to continue up, at least to test its long-term trend. Today, though, possible low of like 475.25, or it's found its low at 476. Mm. Interesting. We should really not watch GameStop on the 1 minute chart. Nice MP. Good price too. Apparently Adam Aaron is reaching out, quote unquote, to GameStop about partnering on their NFT platform. I hope that partnership will be denied, but am I reading shift search wrong, or do they just get rid of a lot of puts? Let's see. Looks like a lot of 165s were sold off. A few 155s as well. It was not the first time AA has tried to pump interest on an AMC. On Jamie's coattails, I agree. Dillard's would be a better partner. Who told you? More partners, more traffic, more skill, quicker scalability. Yeah, I agree. The reality of that news article is that Adam Aaron just signed up for a creator account. Is that the guy that like feeds ducks and says shit? Cashews aren't a nut, Rafi, but I do love cashews. With Jamie's improved logistics, imagine how fast they can deliver AMC popcorn. I don't like that Matt Kors is giving ducks a bad name. I know ducks. Ducks are just fine. Keep those ducks away from Matt Kors. I don't know what ducks eat. Fish, right? Something. What's the best indicator you use? I use a lot of different ones. I wouldn't say any one is better than another. They all weigh against each other differently. I do a lot of analysis on the daily time frame, but that also varies. You have to determine best use case, Bastion, not just like there's like one indicator you can look at that'll make you money. Is that Matt Cars? No, no one's calling myself in. I stand corrected. I said the other day that gold is a better conductor than silver, and I was wrong. Silver is better. I know. But it's noble of you to admit that. Sleep tech and value. But yes, gold is resistant to corrosion, also easier to work with. It is more malleable. I think it's also more ductile, right? You have opinions on everything. What do you think about France? I've never been there. I'd imagine it's full of French people. And baguettes. I don't know. What happens in France? There's like Paris and then there's like wine country. Cheese? Yeah, they have cheese. I like French food. Whatever happens in France stays in France. I've not heard that before. French fries actually Belgian, I think. I think they originate from Belgium, which is like dirtier France. The baguette with ham and butter. Volatility incoming? We've had some today already. We've already had a $10 price move, both directions. Hasn't Adam Aaron reached out to GameStop in the past only to be rebuffed? You know, AMC people say shit about us too. They say we have a Karen stock and that we're boomers because our stock has fundamental value. What will you do about your $200 call for this Friday? Oh, I forgot about those. Hmm. I probably should have sold those sooner. I hope you have a very Merry Christmas, and I'm sorry I've been AWOL. Han, what's up? Jesus Christ. What the fuck, Han? Merry Christmas. Thank you so much. Han Banan cementing her place as #1 donor. Get fucked, Carl. uh, where's Darth Dan today? I haven't heard from him at all. Is he okay? Did he drink himself to death? Does OpenSea's $10 billion valuation give GME $10 billion more in market cap with the new NFT MP? Maybe once it's rolled out. No, I didn't notice blue lava lamps. I don't think I have any notifications turned on for Coinbase right now. Hey, it's time for my freebie message. Thanks for everything in 2021. Thank you so much, Acer. I appreciate it. Merry Christmas, my good man. Finally got away from the family and in laws long enough to get my gherk fix. Congratulations, David. If OpenSea is valued at 10 billion, Jimmy will take half that market share once it's fully out easily. I think Girk is saving his pickle drawings for his NFTs. What a smart money play. I'll buy one. Who said that? You guys think I was waiting for an NFT GameStop marketplace to roll out in order to NFT all my pickle drawings? I don't know what you're thinking. Low key trustworthy? If someone to start creating, I mean, probably going to college and learning game development, programming, and like CS. I don't know. Get a loan of several $1,000,000 and have someone else do the work for you. Just direct the vision. What are the brightly red and green highlights and the time it's above the bid or below the ask? Or below the bid, above the ask. Any updates from Yelia on the Delta exposure spike? Nothing interesting right now. I knew it, you shell. I knew you were waiting for an NFT marketplace so you can make another 130K a month. I still can't believe they make that much fucking money off of YouTube. That's insane. All right, see you later, Ecstasy. Yeah, so if I accidentally burp into my vape in the middle of a drag, is it okay to keep inhaling or should I throw the whole thing away? It's up to you, trash. Why would you care? You're a Dan. It's like, have you seen what kind of money people make on OnlyFans? Crazy. Are you what are you what are you trying to get me here to do here, Smocks? Normally I inhale other people's burps. It feels weird if it's my own. I see. Only pickles. Smocks is trying to get you to make a Stefan on OnlyFans page. Interesting. Oh, I see. What's a yes mascot? Number 3 on a list of trendy and affordable cities. Riku. Trendy and affordable means shithole you're willing to live in. Happy holiday, my favorite pickle man. I listen to your audio while driving all day. It's the only thing that makes work bearable. Thanks as always. Thank you. Numbers can be fun. I appreciate it, man. Kirk's only fans. This is post-mass cooking show. Only fettuccine. I mean, you could tell Clydebot to fuck off and have us make a lewd Louvre, or for your OnlyFans. Although I'll need a cut for having to explain those images to my wife. Understood. I mean, today's stream card was Trash Dan got uppity and decided to publish some of the OnlyFans content ahead of schedule, might I add. When are you dropping 200s Jans? Tonight. The only strikes I'm going to keep for Jan 21 are um, uh, 180s and 160s. Who the fuck is Clyde? Oh, 1 second, guys. Are you selling any febs or keeping them all? I'm gonna keep them all. Can take after your drug dealer model. Give us a taste and we'll come back for more. I see. Is that blood wine you're drinking? No, it's that stuff they harvest from the children. God damn it. I forget what it's called. They have it in the break room at BlackRock. Yeah, adrenochrome. Dual purpose of harvesting some sweet losses for taxes. I don't get why actual financial advisors are so excited about harvesting losses. Too many people knew that word too quickly. I'm keeping the 180s and 160s. I bought some Starburst flavor packets, kind of like Crystal Light. They aren't very good. That sounds terrible, Downrod. If you were selling off-brand adrenochrome, what would you call it? Is there a follow-up to that? Or are you actually asking me? Why does Larry fix Gizzard at like up close? Wobbly turd. Very wobbly. Just asking, trying to brainstorm brand names. I see. Thoughts on AMC NFT marketplace partnership? Filmmakers could release films on the marketplace. Buyers could see the film in theaters. For owners of the NFT, maybe potential there, but AMC is trash. I mean, I don't think GameStop's going to partner with them. I think it'd be a bad look. But yeah, I could see potential. Maybe independent films. People like this. Or a way to finance independent films. I see it as a very valuable tool for financing projects. Thank you, Lauren Simpson, by the way. Is Pump and Dump done? Almost. We're really straddling that cult borderline, aren't we? No. That's crazy. Putanium? Pituitanium? Can someone tell Boss Blunts what imminent means? Oh, Jesus. 100% vegan adrenochrome. Yeah, I have 475s for January 21st. That's on the bid ask spread. Pretty fucking wide. Looking good. Let's see if we can come back and, well, let's see if we can break through. I would first check the options. See if any like block order straddles came in, Maria. Pituitanium. Cerebro Slam brain juice. You can create an NFT, and ownership of it will allow the owner to attend a spaghetti dinner with yourself once a month. Start the bidding at $10,000. I don't know if you answered this, but what do you think is going to happen to the 300,000 out of the money puts in January 21st? They'll be sold? Oh, AMC was like dropping below $20, and Trey Trades was like, I guess he told everyone that AMC was entering its demand zone. What's the impact of the sale of out of the monies? Fucking nothing. They're part of a replicating basket. They're meaningless. They're simply a hedge against volatility. A very wide hedge, but a hedge nonetheless. No problem. Is there a sliver of merit to Wyckoff theory? Yeah, oh, yeah. You actually see Wyckoff play out a lot in crypto markets. A little less so in equities, but you do see it. You kind of have a bit of it going on with Cat right now. Cat's kind of in an accumulation phase. They have a meaning if they cease to exist and are not replaced. Well, they don't need to be replaced as long as the volatility remains low. Do you think us having 150 as resistance again means we'll likely continue down? We could drop a little more going into early Jan. Have you ever played bingo before? No, I'm allergic to dogs. Oh, I don't have Instagram, Fox and Flask. No, no MOASS yet. What will happen when the 50 cent puts expire? Absolutely fucking nothing. Am I eating sushi or pudding? Ooh, ramen. Pudding's not an option. It wouldn't be sushi. Toast? No. It's a good question. No. No Instagram hand. Salad? Seems accurate. I see that every day they get borrowed shares from IBKR and always return the same quantity. What's your theory? They use the new ones appear or always returned? No. So when they create these put walls and cover FTDs, right? Sometimes that covering of the FTDs will push the price through the put wall, which, obviously the closer you approach to the put wall, the lower the negative delta value. And so they use those shares to short to bring the price back down so they can continue covering FTDs. So they have the market maker kind of hold the line for them by buying those in the money puts. And then if they overstep and accidentally jump the price or gap the price up, then they use their shorts to bring the price back down. It's not all the time, no, but very frequently. And then at the end of the day, they can just cover, like after they've suppressed the price all day, at the end of the day, they just cover those borrowed shares. And that's a lot of the reason I think we run up, like going into close. That's theoretical though, but that's a strategy they could employ that makes sense. What FTDs? They're historically low. There's FTDs today from market making activities on November 23rd. How many? Probably not a lot. Doesn't the existence of the 50-cent puts put kind of an act kind of like an anchor on the ask? No. Where does the theta go? Who gets that value? What causes it? Who benefits? I mean, the market maker, whoever sells the contracts, gets the value from the theta. Oh, shit. 1 second. Just talking to myself with the fucking camera off. Is massive in the money put well possible because price suppression strategy for their January FTD exposure? If the FTDs are in great enough quantity, no. Yes, the quantity of FTDs. Are January out of the money calls hedged at all? Or if they expire worthless, will there be a sell-off? No, they're not hedged. They have like a 0.0001 delta. No worries, Greg. I talk to myself with the camera off too, and I answer myself. Bro, the FTDs are 1K compared to 3.2 million before January. The FTDs are in ETFs, Johnny Dankseed. Bro. ETF FTDs last quarter were higher than they've been all year. This quarter, three ETFs containing GameStop are now on the reg show threshold list. Is it enough to know us? Maybe not. We'll see. Stock's a lot more illiquid than it was last year, too. Far wider bid-ask spread. Which means it can generate more volatility off less volume. I've been tracking FTDs and dark pools since before Jan run up. Okay. Have you been tracking ETF FTDs? GameStop FTDs fell off hard after the share offering, to the point of being almost irrelevant. So most of the days explained to someone on Reddit why I don't want to DRS my shares. Got nowhere. Why do I always buy it? I don't know. It's usually a waste of time. Uh-oh, Johnny Dankseed is here. Do you know who this is, turd? He's in here making a lot of statements. Do you trust WeBull to exercise? I'm not going to exercise any calls that I have in WeBull. I wouldn't trust WeBull to answer a customer service query, let alone exercise my calls. I'm the reason Turdford started tracking ETFs. So you don't think we'll see enough FTDs from ETFs that got put on the reg shit threshold list to see price movement? The fails on around November 3rd were sufficient to create 3.5 million volume and a $50 price increase. We should have more now. Even IWM is overshorted. Should I go fly drones around a building and scream MOASS? Probably fucking not. The last one from Johnny was a straw man. With all respects, because I'm not on SS discussions, why not DRS? I think lots of people in here have DRS'd. I haven't. I've been over it a few times in the past. I think there's like a clip that goes into it. I just not in the mood today. How do I send you a screenshot? Discord? Is there any way to guesstimate how many ETF shares they will have to cover from the last cycle of shorting? I think Turd has the volume data from the GME containing ETFs, don't you, Turd? Do you know a total on that? For borrows between November 23rd and December 17th? What's up, DV? Are you gonna be on the Discord less now that I'm back? No? Pretty sure Johnny Danksy is a mod on our GME Meltdown. He gets his jollies off fudding around. I don't care. We just got a solid bear case. I'm willing to listen to it. Do you prefer pickle or pickle man? I don't care. Root beer or Coke floats? Neither? Jesus Christ. It's like watching Aftermarket. I think we just filled that morning gap. Yeah. It just filled. Is it better or worse for them to cover while the market is down? It helps. If the market's tearing, they could face buy pressure from other algorithms or other positions moving into the stock because the market's coming up and it's not, and they see an opportunity. That's correct, Acer. So share the model. It seems simple enough. Oh, cool. Thank you, Tiger. So you have like your own. Good to know, Hams. I'll take care of that then. That's what I figured. Anyway, moving on. Hmm. Sorry. Stefan's poking. Relax. Mini Gen 21 calls have increased in value today. Interesting while we've been down. Thoughts? Ivy's gone up a little bit. Or it had earlier. If you could be an Avenger for the day, which one would you be and why? Doctor Strange. You can go back in time, buy more GameStop. I am allergic to dogs, and I ate a snack. It's gone now. I just don't have time to deal with the crazies. That he's modeled all GME price movement and understands it to the max. Little. That's a terrible screen name, by the way, dude. Or Iron Man. He's already rich. But it's only for a day. Do you know if you tweeted koala before in December? Wait, what? 1 second. Is Donut done ripping or no? Oh, did I nail that call? I didn't play it, but no. God damn. Hmm. No, I don't think Donut's done ripping even a little bit. I think it's got maybe even a test of 20. This is good. This is a nice sustainable run, and it's already reversed on the dip. God damn it! I should have bought into this. What the fuck? Oh, options were so cheap. Bastard. Hestia Capital just bought more GME on their latest 13F. I think like 50,000 shares increase. Kate Blanchett. Maybe JP Morgan should check out Tank Seed's model. I have a pretty good amount of AMC at a loss currently. Is selling to harvest loss and moving to GME a decent move? To be honest, I can't stand the AMC community. At a loss currently? Ouch. I mean, that's an option. Goldfish snacks. Can you explain why MMs can't just create an unlimited number of synthetics with zero consequences? They only create synthetics for bona fide market making practices. They can't just print them for fun. Jesus Christ. Is it possible for them to delay January to Feb 24, March 1st? Something about C35, T plus. T plus 2 plus 35C, world leader. And no, the FTDs were created that length of time before January. So there's no, they can't a reg T expiration. That's you can't triple stamp a double stamp. Good afternoon, Trina. FAQ covering questions you've answered before might help with your sanity. No, that's gone. Maybe Goldfish Snacks is unaware of cheddar rockets. I wish I sold my 950s on the run up at open. We all do. What snack did I eat? I had a couple cookies, a small glass of milk, and a tiny, it was like a quiche. Penguins or whales, depending on the store brand. FYI, donut dipping again. Well, I don't care. I didn't buy any. It's just consolidating. It looks fine. It's just like it's like holding above the EMA 30. This still looks bullish. If it falls below, ah shit, even that's fine. Not very good volume. Better than GameStop, but not very good. What's their float? 68 million. It's about the same. Who the fuck shorts donuts? Maybe a way to enter GME from AMC with losses is to sell a put on GME and allow it to be exercised. That way you cushion your AMC losses. I guess. I mean, just by the premium, though. I finally understand the significance of T plus 2 plus T plus 6. It's T plus 3 plus T plus 6 plus 35C for ETFs. Axe capital. It's just easier to just do it this way because it never settles out in there. Just do like that. Watching my old cat lick the bed as I ponder life. Interesting. It's very deep, Trina. Should I adjust the giant descending wedge? We broke out, but then we failed again. Yeah, I'm just gonna do it on a different time scale. To what stage institutions you think will hold GME? Is there a possibility they'll sell at nearly the same price level during MOASS? Coordinated sell? Sure. I mean, they'll try to make as much money as they can too, right? I regret buying the Feb 200 today. I mean, you're going to lose a couple days of Theta on it. It's not a huge deal. No, I don't want it. I definitely don't want your grandma or her ramp. Did you see the interview with Dr. Marka Metzler and Boss Blunts? I just wonder if you had a view on its credibility. Well, I don't think Boss Blunts is credible at all. And then as far as Metzler goes, I don't know. He fucking has some finance background and he's trying to sell people on his shitcoin. I'd say that's pretty suspect. Him and 25,000 other financial professionals that predicted the 2008 crash all trying to make some money when they smell blood in the water. How are you thinking of playing XRT for yourself? Oh, I have March 95s. I might buy some more though. How much was the premium? I don't know. I don't have the brokerage open. I bought them yesterday. I'll check later. Are you on the Discord? I would say Metzler definitely knows way more about what he's talking about than Boss Blunts, but uh, yeah, I'm not particularly fond of either one of them. If anybody's telling you how great of an investment AMC is, they're a shill. They're a shill or wildly uninformed and have no understanding of the market, market mechanics, company valuation. So that should be an easy signal. I like trade spotting. Houston's been cool. I think YouTube is mostly devoid of any valuable information on GameStop outside of my channel and those other places. I know you don't, Popcorn Trader. Oh, goddamn. The bots. Matt Kors is the authoritative source. You got it, Brendan Ellis Fun Adventures. I like selling calls against it because it's easy premium. Yeah, but how long till you like how long until you make your cost basis back? Like if you own shares of AMC at $5 and you're selling premiums on it, awesome. But if you don't, it's just not that sweet of a deal. Uncle Bruce is fine. He's just like wrapped up in his SPACs and doing his thing. I mean, he has decent market knowledge. I don't think he necessarily always applies it to the best places. He's very like long term value focused and trying to find stocks that are underpriced. He has a institutional approach to investment. Mm, Cosmic Lightning Warrior wants to collab with you. That would be hilarious. I think Marantz would be a better collab. I really don't know too much about either of them. I always thought Cosmic Lightning Warrior was kind of like the Andrew Mo Money of GameStop, but maybe I'm wrong. I've never watched any of his videos, and I don't know anything about Marantz. Bagel, bagel, bagel. Just bought a dozen AMC 50 cent 12023 puts. Let's fucking go. Oh, okay. Mm. Any thoughts on ASXC? Not really. I don't know anything about it. Census Surgical, penny stock, lots of high frequency trading, massive float, dying, a slow crippling death as it moves towards being seller boxed. That's just a technical perspective. I don't know anything about their fundamentals. Penny stock plays mostly have to do with fundamentals. But does the MACD cross mean anything? Only if you want it to. I mean, Gaff's thesis was weighed when building my own. Johnny Dankseeds, no. When was it that you expect XRT FTD covering to start? 1-6 KO. I don't want to check out penny stocks. I don't care about them. High risk, very low reward potential. Even though the potential is like the potential reward is high, the odds of it happening are very low. It's like playing the lottery with shitty stocks. Her DD dates have been on point. I called run ups then too. I've talked to her repeatedly, Miss Sale. I agree she is about the data. There's some issues with that when like Astro stole a bunch of her fucking DD. But I mostly just try to stay away from all that drama. 43K open interest for 950 Cs for GME bullish. Not necessarily. A lot of those are part of the replicating basket. Reader Dan. My 30C Feb 18 seem pretty safe. M. Macy's 30Cs Feb 18th. I like it. Should move with the basket. Not a terrible play. I might have gotten a closer strike, but 30 is not the worst. Volatility, I would have maybe waited for volatility to die off a tiny bit. What are the premiums on those? $100 each. It's not terrible. I like it. It's fine. Um, what's the spy doing? Hey, look, I was right about the low. Damn, that's a more impressive call than. Huh. What about SPCE? Aren't they shorted? Yeah, but what the fuck did they actually do? Smooth. That's my problem with that like company. Like they just don't do anything. That's why they're shorted. Fucking, it's just useless. It's just a useless company. You're gonna fly people to the edge of the, you know, to the edge of outer space. It's just, I feel like this is just like a big fucking pump and dump for Richard Branson. Or he's crazy, which is possible. Dude, this looks a little more bullish. They launch rich people into space. Duh. Yeah, what a great business model. Setting up to take satellite launching contracts. That could be good. But they've got competition. Unless they can do it cheaper, which they might be able to. The data for coming FTDs currently exist? No. Nope. The hedgies know how many they've created. They know how many fails they have in their own portfolio, but that's it. Hypothetically, if you gave me $50,000, how many 510s could I buy? Just divide the cost of a 510 by, or $50,000 by the current cost of a 510. Imagine believing in space. Oh boy. Thanks, Kyle, Intraday Cup and Handle guy. Good afternoon. Have a lot in GME. So it's like we're going into January for a squeeze. We're hoping. Potential is high. Probability, eh. But potential. Lots of potential energy. Space is a myth. It isn't in the Bible. There's a lot of things that aren't in the Bible. It's not even. I mean, you could read better fiction. I'm not in the Bible, but I'm real. You're in the Book of Dan's, Carl, but that's not a Bible. It's more of a gospel, which would be part of the Bible. I'm a bit behind after a meeting. Cosmic is funny, acting like a wrestler talking about GME, but practically has zero understanding about the DD he reads on SS. I think Morantz hates on you, not sure. I don't care. uh, the probability of me doing Mariah Carey because she says she wants me through the radio is 70%. I'm onto something here. Nice. Good luck with that. Critical hits. Chloe Grace Morantz. uh, well, I didn't know who he was, or they were, or I don't know the fucks. So I just assumed it was the little girl from Kick Ass. It sounded familiar. Please look at ACN. I literally never ask you to look at stocks. Yes, you do. Looks good. I'd watch this channel. Um, look for a 420 breakout. Fails, that's your risk. I don't know if you're long term, short term. I don't know if you did. Popcorn trader. You're always trying to get me to dig into popcorn futures. Just high energy. You know, in this GameStop saga, I've dealt with a lot of people that are just jacked the fuck up on Adderall all the time. And I'm tired of it. Feels like college again. Most of them still in college or not yet in college. No, professional finance, it's Coke and Adderall. GameStop is just Adderall. Everyone's too broke to buy Coke. I feel seen, but also attacked. Did popcorn trader? Did that help? Do you need more than that? It's on a bull run. Like it's if it breaks out, it's probably going to continue up. It's already crossed this horizontal resistance, so that's good. But I don't know anything about the fundamentals. Smoke to counteract Adderall. It's just you get so many people that are like, I had this idea. And you're like, no, you're wrong. And their response is, no, you're wrong. What? Oh, I corrected it. And then you say something like, and then you just get this. Random DD writer. Rebuttal. They ask for proof and they tell you RC is communicating to them. See, like that's the kind of thing that you should go see a therapist about. Like if you think that the CEO of a company that you own 4 shares in is trying to speak to you through Twitter, you need mental help. Chairman of the board. But I'm seeing a chiropractor and a Reiki therapist. Does the Reiki therapist are they imbuing your chiropractor with enough energy? Maybe that's the problem. Maybe here's it. If you want to talk to Ryan Cohen, buy enough shares and get a seat on the board. It's my cat. Boof a crystal about it. But then how would I manifest the things I want? I have it on good authority that Plank is indeed Ryan Cohen. Cool. Are you a mental therapist? 40% is good for a move of like $50. But IV sensitivity, it keeps getting higher as we get more illiquid. So our IV spikes could be higher and higher because our volatility goes up. The fact we are so close to opening price does not show us that MM's short hedge funds are more in control of the price than the underlying that we give them credit for, although we might be in a squeeze. What? Can you rephrase that, Silver? You're saying because we're near our opening price, we're not giving them enough credit for their ability to control the price? It's really the volume that's the issue there, right? It's much easier to control the price for them on low volume. I thought the point of Twitter was for shit posting. That's all I've ever seen on Twitter is shit posts. It's not like Twitter has been responsible for spreading wisdom and knowledge far and wide. One of them is in fact a shit post. Yes, answer my question. Okay. Just suggesting if we're in a squeeze, i.e. squeeze bingo, kind of says that we're in the end game now, but seems like, well, a lot of the boxes are checked, but not all of them, right? We will dance to their tune until they can no longer control it, right? I just hope RC doesn't make a fucking announcement tonight right after I sell all my January calls. I'll be pissed. Because I'm going to shed like 60 contracts and then buy them back in a week. Sell them in the morning? I could. Don't shed all of them. I mean, I'm keeping the 160s and the 180s, but that's only like 12 contracts. Yeah, it's only 12 contracts. No, I'm not buying back the Januaries. I'm buying everything. When I buy back, I'm only buying Febs. Maybe some Aprils if the price is still low. What's the point of selling the contracts? Theta's starting to increase on, like, the theta value is starting to increase. They're going to start to decay faster. Yeah, I'm not paying for 60 contracts worth of theta every day if I don't own them. Don't we get an NFT announcement until the marketplace is saturated with NFTs? That's possible. If there's 3 million ETF FTDs and GME has a small weighting in them, say 5% average, that'd only be 150,000 FTDs and will have no effect on price. So SI is much lower than we think. The Vanguard and BlackRock ETFs have 10 million shares of GameStop. Plus all the rest. I think State Street has another significant chunk as well. And that's also not entirely true, AP. They can create baskets of entirely GameStop. So they can just take 50,000 shares of GameStop and sell them. Any thoughts on Degen weeklies for Jan? And they could do it every single day. What if the GME NFT announcement comes from Loopring and not GME to avoid releasing through a hedge fund or SEC? I think GameStop would still have to file like an 8K if they were making some sort of large fundamental change to the direction of the business. When do you roughly think we'll retest 155 again? And we tested it this morning. I don't know, fucking probably not anytime soon. Maybe volatility on that's unpredictable because we're not that far off. But I would say that we're going to be pretty sideways for at least a little while. I mean, we'll see FTDs come in every day from November 23rd on, right? From any puts purchased during this period or market making FTDs from here through here. Those are going to come in every day. Also, the ETF FTDs from this window will start piling up on the 10th. So these will start on the 10th. These are, say, market making. Well, here. So for this window, we have FTDs and we have ETF FTDs. These have already begun. These start on the 10th. They will overlap. Then we also have FTDs from here, from the futures fail, for ETFs and whatever short hedge funds. And we also have FTDs here from, well, they dodged the gamma exposure for the most part. We had a small run, but it was insignificant. So we saw very little gamma actually get covered. But there will be some from that as well. If you just go to my Reddit profile, which is linked at the top of the chat, the exit strat DD is pinned. We don't know. I mean, we'll know like today's FTDs on the 15th of January. We could see, I think we'll see some of the borrowed shares covered into close today. Given everything you explained, how much could we run after Jan 10th? Test of 200? I think so. I think that's reasonable. I think we may start to climb into January 10th. You know what I'll do? I'll buy Feb 160s and 180s before close. Then I'll sell all my Jans. June 800s? These are such garbage. Given everything you explained, how much? I hope it's not just a test of 200. I have Feb 250s. I don't think it would be that low. What are you asking, Moon? CC safe next week? They should be, yeah. I did see Don't Look Up. It was really funny. And unfortunately, I feel that the target audience is not going to get it. Thanks, Joe Valente. I appreciate it, man. Happy holidays, dude. You know the guy was trying to shoot the comet with guns made me laugh. Who's my second favorite pigeon whale? Wait, who's my favorite pigeon whale? It's not you, man. I'll just I'll just tell you right now. Later, cockroach rancher. Did you see my ETF creation question? No. Shouldn't be about $12. It's 52-week low average. Fastbender's carrot soup. Even last year in January, we were above our like long-term EMA. We were like above the moving average. What's the last great FU they could pull before sinking? I don't know. They could do a lot of things. Do you think hedge funds are more prepared for Jan this year, so nothing will happen? I mean, they're definitely more prepared. Bleed our theta out. Yeah. Is MOASS still going to happen? Maybe. Waiting to find out. Ask me. Ask me in 2 months, 3 months. Yeah, 2 months. What would make you start looking at April's instead of Feb's? Very little price action. Very little price improvement. Going into like January 25th. I might just pick up April's because they're cheap and they have better IV sensitivity. Like their Vega's higher. Nice try, but down for higher. Okay, I've asked it a few times. I don't get how an ETF like 900 shares and XRT has 260K shares or less. How can they create so many synthetics from that? Can you explain how this works? They go in and they buy a basket of stock that they're going to return at a later date. They can then exchange the individual stocks in those baskets for other stocks for a small fee. Usually the creation baskets are like 50 to 100,000 shares, or like 150,000 shares, I think. And that's it. They make shares, and then they can go back the next day and rinse and repeat. But they can only make baskets equivalent in size to the ETF holdings. So if a ETF only has 900 shares, they could only get 900 shares out of it a day. GME has been added to more ETFs recently. Han doing extra mod things today. Thanks, Han. I am still looking for a run into 125. Nothing's changed. How much money you got riding on Febs? More than you. I know how much you put in, Moon. I doubled down on the dip, so yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'll have to double it. Ugh. Oh, nice. Good. I don't know. I haven't seen since you first showed me. Also, nice hat, trash down. Can you give me your cat earnings? What are you talking about? Cat doesn't print earnings. It just prints GameStop calls. Dan's honor? That doesn't mean anything. It's all good, Han. Initial buying still largest. Is it fair to say that if MOASS doesn't occur in Jan or earlier, then we can all use your GME treasure map to get rich via options over the next year? We know their exposure cycles and can bet. I mean, we know OPEC settlements, yeah. The OPEC settlements still currently look like guaranteed money. I didn't nail the dip, but I got pretty close. Moon. God damn. Just fuck today. Fuck today right in the pants. This is the worst. Alright. We're fully filled in. We're literally at the opening drop now. Less than 10 minutes. TECL in the past week. Interesting. What's your thoughts on LRC GME partnership? I mean, what thoughts? They need something to transact on their marketplace, right? I think LRC is a good choice for that. The potential looks good. We'll see how it plays out. OPEX. Like our August and November runs. May. Fab. Those are the OPEX quarterly settlement runs. December 27th report, SI increasing to 8.6 million short from 6.4. Was this to avoid more FTDs? Basically forcing them to start reporting higher. Possibly could have been from the futures fail. I think the MMs have been covering FTDs all day. Salty Dog 05. We've had a $20 price swing today. Fully $20 price swing. I didn't think there was going to be a significant chunk of FTDs today, but more than yesterday. And yeah, we had more volatile price action today than we did yesterday. Although we kind of just inversed yesterday's drop. So this might have been... Jesus. Interesting. I wonder if they returned the shares to borrow here. How do you spell OPEX? You just did. More likes than viewers? We had more viewers early this morning when we were running. How is short interest hidden in the money puts? It isn't. Didn't you read the media? People are selling off. Of course they are. Look at retail's massive effect on price action. Is if folks returning shares from shorting Monday? Maybe. But they borrowed more shares today, so remember, not all FTDs are short. So you can't entirely think of FTDs as being like a positive push on the price, right? They create volatility. Usually they're short. That window of extreme shorting that we experienced in the last 2 weeks, where our daily volume was like 78% short volume, that's when we'll see a lot of positive price action from FTDs. What was I looking for? There was something. Max pain 150, so a little room to the upside. Oh, I was checking the to see if they returned shares. Nope. No shares returned. So, or at least not IBKR or Fidelity, I don't think. They may have returned them somewhere else. Would XRT call options be a valuable play? I have some contracts for March. Married FTDs could no, they have to be paired with a lit market order, Russell L, to be cleared through CNS. Our daily percentage swings from short volume following a specific trend. What? I don't think so. No volume, $20 move. Yep. I think it was on Netflix. Now, if I were to tell you that a Danfer mod is the true MOASS catalyst, all I ask is 60 minutes of your time. The Dans need a win, Gherk. We work behind the Wendy's dumpster, for God's sake. But you guys love that. It's like, it's not even a job, it's a passion. I tried to donate on Ko-Fi. Something went wrong. I'll try again tomorrow. Okay, Patrick Kennedy. It's the thought that counts. What's with the 1.3 mil in calls for June 200C? When the fuck did those come in? That's because I've been looking at puts all day. I don't know. I like them. What's the possibility of you getting someone who can code trading view scripts to make your legendary GME treasure map so it can spread far and wide and put a lot of pressure on hedgies? Probably low. Dan for mod. Re. Thank you, Sean Daniels, rehypothecated pigeon whale. But no. No Dans. Hope all is well, a fellow Dan. Re. I have thought about donating on many occasions. That's all right, man. You don't need to. More than happy to have you here, Average Joe, and your contributions are priceless. No Dans for mod ever? Yeah, that's like the caveat of becoming a Dan is you eliminate all chances of you ever becoming a mod. Even former Dans. This is a goddamn conspiracy. Yeah, even former Dans are still tainted by the dumpster. You simply can't be trusted. It's not a conspiracy. I'm telling you directly to your faces. Yeah, even orphan Dans. Like, you know why your parents left, right? It's because you're a Dan. Duh. This goes against all forms of labor law. Long time listener, first time caller. What is VWAP? Fuck you, popcorn trader. See you at the normal place after market close. You mean making fun of the 510 gang? Would you like to become a Cutco salesman with me? You'll need to buy your own knife set. No thanks, turd. Are we still doing that thing where we default on the IBKR credit card? It's the best idea I've had in this entire saga. I'm sorry, not credit card, margin card. Would you let a poor become a mod? I've modded many a poor. Biter's never given me a penny. He's a mod. I just liked him. He was kind of weird and German. It was fun. I am a poor. I know, Han. But you keep donating and making people think you're the biggest pigeon whale. Zakure's a mod. I don't think Zakure's a member or anything like that. Does the taint of the trash can count for those that have refused to join the dens, but have needed to do things to pay off those weeklies? Drugs and non-refundable deposits on yachts. Hugs. I don't know. You do spend a lot of time Dan adjacent, Pickle Morty. It's rubbed off on you, clearly. I know Cutco is a massive pyramid scheme. I've tried to tell Han many times in the past that she doesn't need to give me any money. She doesn't seem to give a shit. Saying that we've rubbed off on Pickle Morty is one way to put it. That's, I mean, I meant it in a literal sense. Earlier don't mind giving super chat to you in Houston, but my OnlyFans is not doing too well. Thank you, Daniel of the Ape. Unfortunately, I am Re, the sun god. The Dans are in a race. One of them's a fucking duck, for Christ's sake. All right, Windmill. Stop it. Or I won't do it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Fake Earth is. I'm pretty sure, Plenter, if you're still in, Peeler, if you're still in here, you don't think the Earth is flat. I've gotten rid of most of those people. They've gone and created their own Discord somewhere. Your Ko-Fi 250k a month membership. How many Dans come with such membership? Asking for an office party next month. Oh, all of them. Yeah, I'll pack all the Dans onto a Frontier air flight to wherever you want. If you become fucking Pontiff of VWAP, you can keep them. Did you see my Ko-Fi? Did you send another one? Just now? Was it the one earlier where you said happy holidays? Love your work. Oh, thank you so much, Patrick. I appreciate that, man. You deserve it. God damn it, Han. Why do you... Better be $3. Han. Ah. I appreciate it. Thank you, Han. Dancation. Dan's only fly spirit. I don't think Houston's an idiot. I think Houston's expertise is not in the same fields as mine. Like very, very, isn't he like a space geologist or something? Or an astrophysicist? Something like that? You used Dan's. It's not like you're going to get a fresh one. No, hand did not become a pontiff of VWAP. Where's Sunjeet been? Waiting. GME treasure map t-shirt. He's a space rock doctor? He's a space rock lobster. AMD moving up a bit. Cool. My contracts expire in about 13 months. Flat earthers are way behind the times. Yeah. It's so like it's just old news now. Created a new way to entertain myself, monitoring which loss loses more value daily. My long GME shares or my short on ES and NQ. They each refuse to lose to the other. The Earth isn't a perfect sphere. That's not even. That's not a movement. That's just a fact. Flat Earthers are ahead of the curve. Just checked my Jan 950s. How you feeling about them? Send you a question through a DM on Discord. If you don't want to answer, that's fine. Mm-mm. The NYSE can't force GME to create more shares. They would just delist GME. We should use options to cause a reduction of liquidity and a gamma squeeze into MOASS rather than completely lock the float, right? Options. So if you buy a share or if you buy a share in CS, right? And the question about it being removed from the float is up in the air. It's very hard to determine. But either way, removed from the lending pool, right? Versus buying an option, which removes the delta value from the available trading shares. If the price goes up,
the delta value on a contract increases, meaning that more shares have to be created to hedge the contract, right? So say you buy a 0.3 delta contract and the price goes up and it becomes at the money and it's like 0.5, or it goes deep in the money and it's 0.1, 1.0, sorry. You know, this keeps tying up more and more liquidity as the price drives up. This will always just be one share.
The moon is Gruyere. Clip that. GME run now. We'll see. A little bit. How much lower can we go from here? Not much. No, NYSE can delist if the notional value of the company on available on the exchange is less than 40 million. If the free float is under 1 million shares, or the average trading volume is less than 50,000 for 12 months. These two, not likely to happen. This is possible. GameStop can release shares to prevent this from happening. Which, in the event that it did, they would likely do. I have no idea what their process for delisting is. They make an announcement, yeah, and then the company has X amount of time to meet the listing standards, or they are delisted. What are the chances we trade below 160 from now till Jan 10th? Could be pretty good. Most big players make money on the way up or the way down. Yep. They do not give a shit. Like Cat, right? Like Cat's a really good example. A lot of you guys that have followed the channel for a long time
know that I've been in this since back here. You know, I've mostly made money on the long side of this, right? I don't have a lot of time to manage my positions. Bought here, we bought there, we bought there, right? An institution will buy here, sell here, short there, buy here, sell here, short there, buy here, sell here, right? Like they'll just keep riding it up and down. Especially like a hedge fund or something like that. Like big broker dealers like Vanguard, Fidelity, like they'll buy a long position on something and just hold it, right? But those in the business of making money in the market and trading capital are not going to just play the long side of anything. They don't give a shit. And each of these swings is like $10, right? And they may not nail them all perfectly, but there's no DFB tweet. Don't bullshit me. Everybody in the fucking chat would be going nuts. Does AMD look primed to break 155 by end of day? It looks good. I don't know if it'll break 155 by end of day. Maybe. AMD is just going to keep going up. I mean, it's just... The next resistance I'm concerned with is like 160. But it could cross that after the last bump and run. I don't think it'll have an issue. There's probably some support now at that level. I'm not sure. Plan versus book. It's possible that book may delist it, like that one DRS share. But I'm not sure. It's obscure, and I'm not a lawyer. Like I'm not like a securities lawyer. If someone wants to get like a transfer or like hire a securities lawyer to dig through like SEC 17A or whatever and figure it out, sure. And the NYSE free float requirements. At the end of the day, can't the NYSE just do whatever they want? I mean, they're just in the business mostly of selling data and operating an exchange. Well, I don't really think they give too much of a shit about the rest of it. Yeah, I heard the days to cover is shooting up. It's good. We'll see if that ultimately means anything. But we also see short interest increasing. Not only reported, but quote unquote misreported. If they fail to roll forward the futures contracts, those shorts can be reported on their books. If they don't have that futures contract to mark themselves long, right? Or hedged, then they're showing a short position. I wonder if that big delta sensitivity spike we saw. Interesting. There's a lot of fucking calls on December 17th that came out of nowhere. I wonder if they bought a shitload of calls to hide their short position from reporting and then had to short the stock in order to dodge those calls. Retail didn't create that delta sensitivity spike. The OI is not high enough. Yeah, I'm aware that just standard DRSing doesn't, but I think if you pull it from the fast system, then it's removed from the float. DT. Or maybe you can never remove it from the fast system, which just means it doesn't do anything. I don't know. I don't think delisting is a bad thing for NBA, not because you're an investor of private companies, because there's a massive short position on GameStop that just go poof, gone if GameStop was delisted. DRS does not remove from the fast system. Interesting. Can't the DTC just continue? Never mind. Whatever. Ooh, a photo of your ankle. Do you think we rip in January? I think we have a pretty good shot. Came back from shopping to my AMD calls being up 20%. Got that going for me, which is nice. Congratulations, Carl. Number 3 donor. DRS only puts pressure on brokers who are doing OTC trading and unsettling X clearing. Net positive positions at DTCC, so you need a lot of people to do it. Fair. They also need to borrow GameStop stock instead of just creating synthetics, but neither here nor there.
The DTC. Well, yeah, I'd imagine if the shares are still in fast, can't the DTCC just be like, yeah, they're right there in regards to a locate? Just something I haven't really thought about before. BOV owing Lynch $5 million. This creates a lot of synthetic liquidity via X clearing. And they can't because they're not the custodian anymore. Let's go. And can't they just hedge that synthetic liquidity by creating a swap between the two entities? DTC's computer share account is supposed to be separate and not used to satisfy inter-participant share lending, but they probably have loopholes because the electronic share records are still. This pile is DRS. This pile is fast. Both are fast. Yeah, but it means that the DTC, I mean, like, DRS just has a digital registry of the share, right? It's not like they've pulled the certificate physically from the DTCC. I'll look into it a little more afterwards. It's something I haven't thought about previously, so I'd want to do some research on it before I speak. Via unsettled trades and swaps. And at worst case, still borrow from the DTC to satisfy FTD to pay a fee. Who's good clip, good comment guy? He's in here once in a while. What if Rip and Jan nor Feb? Nobody knows. What if no Rip? An OPEC settlement, February 24th. 22nd, sorry. February 18th is the settlement date, T+2. Interesting. Thanks for AMD, made 150%. No problem, man.
Redemption Scar, are you on Discord? Bad. What's stopping the short hedge funds and market makers from using puts to cover their FTDs in January? That doesn't work that way. Are you talking about like married put calls? No one's doing that. It's more of a collusion hedge. That's fair. How do you find your picks? Just a basket of favorites that you make recurring money on, or just always prowling for some basic metrics? I have scanners. I have a few different scan setups that I use. Sometimes I just notice shit. The stream is like a constant flow of market information. A lot of it useless, but some of it good, right? Like people bring things to my attention that maybe I wouldn't notice otherwise. Awesome gherkin sister. Screen name is Boss Hacks. We should talk. Wait, are you in the friends Discord? Hmm. I just joined some pickle jar. I don't fucking know. Yeah, that sounds about right. Excuse him, blah. Listen, calm down, Hestia, capital social marketing rep. Can someone come to Shit West and help me shovel snow? We expect them to cover FTDs yesterday and today, but we're not seeing positive price action. So first of all, not all FTDs positive price are positive, right? Like some FTDs are long fails, especially when we're dealing with the creation of synthetics. Remember that this time, T-2 and 35 calendar days ago, the price of the stock was running up, right? Our short volume on the day was not high. I found that if you go back and look at daily short volume, since most of it is synthetic, if you go look at daily short volume, that's a good indicator of the direction of the FTDs. What's the friends Discord? It's nothing to do with you, Han. Don't worry about it. It's not those kinds of friends. Recently. Correction, read the GameStop prospectus supplement June 9th. Page 16, book entry securities. What are you correcting? Silly hand. So have you had a chance to look at short volume in regards to upcoming FTDs? I have. I pointed out the large spike in daily short volume in my last DD. The MOASS bingo. Some of those days we were hitting like 72% short volume a day. That's terrible, Fluffiosa. Some guy on Reddit said the only way for most to happen is DRS, not an NFT marketplace or any announcement from GameStop. But doesn't GameStop have to do an announcement to tell the world that everyone owns the float? Operational and counterparty risk. Interesting. Eh. I think I read. I'm trying to remember where it was from, but I read that like article that was covering like the increased usage of X clearing. Like someone shared it with me already. Thoughts on F going into Q2 next year? Facebook? Wait, F? Oh, Ford. Ford is kind of boring. I don't know. $20 leaps. I would give this shit a lot of time. They make a lot more cars than Tesla. What trading software is that? WeBull? And thank you. There's a link in the description. X clearing is really amazing tool if you have compliant broker dealers on the same side of a trade. We got a hint into the high level of collusion from the Archegos unraveling. Yeah. We think AMD 160 test this week or next week. Earnings. Earnings is in January. Like mid-Jan, I think. I like Ford for long-term holding stocks. Haven't done options on them though. Do you believe January was only FOMO? No. I don't think FOMO would have been sufficient. I mean, it helped, don't get me wrong. It was a lot of FOMO, but I think there were underlying reasons. Do we know when the SPY earnings is? Who cares? Only up. SPY crossing view up, finally. Had a choppy day.
Volume pickup? Yeah, volume's a little better today. Oh, no, it's not. It's worse. Maybe I don't like the consolidation. We'll see. My calls are up a shitload, so I'm fine with it for now. And yeah, I'm gonna hold them overnight. Fucking Visa slipped. I just couldn't fucking hold it, huh? I wonder if this is a good entry on those Visa 220s that I wanted. IV's pretty low. I don't hate it. Just don't love it. Cat coming back up. Miserable day for GameStop. Why are my AMC 50-cent leaps printing? How does Visa make money? Transaction fees. So many transaction fees. Oh my god. I'm gonna hold my gen calls for one more day on the off chance that we get an official announcement. I'm thinking about it. No. I'll hold some, but none of these. Please restore hand to her full glory. Add her as a friend for us all. I'll take it under consideration. It's not too much to ask to rip to 200 now, right now, is it? Yeah, it's a bit much. I don't want to be a friend. Piss off. Carl, yes, you do. Put it up to a poll vote. Did you see Core's post about GMA AMC NFT partnership? If this happens, I sell all my GMA. Yeah, I don't think it's happening. It was a fake tweet.
Girk, my torture is just call RC, tell him to make the announcement. He needs to make the announcement after market close on January 7th. It is the day. It is the best day. Who has thick skin? The Dans. Well, you know, time occurs within defined windows. Trey's spider, or sorry, not Trey's spider. Number one. I think defining time is something uniquely human. Show us some skin. You need to calm the fuck down. Thank you, numbers can be fun. You actually convinced that GME won't formally announce? No, I'm not. It'd be interesting if they don't, but I hope they do. That's well, AMC's got what, like another month? Tempest Fugit. Only times I care about right now is market open, market close, and bedtime. All right. My next pickle art won't be so polarizing. And I hope the stock will go up. The stock did go up, okay? Stefan can't fight Wall Street all on his own with his tiny stick. He tries. Maybe we should try, who was the buff pickle? But with like a tiny stick. Thickle. Yeah. So Kool-Aid Disciple, if you remember Thickle, but give him like a small, like toothpick sized stick. It wasn't Hercules. Relax. It was Hercules. Hercules. Late to the stream. I will rewatch later, but I gotta say, I love Deep Fucking Pickle in the corner. New NFT in the making right there. Thanks to Kool-Aid Disciple on this one. Bithead, he's super dope though. We need an army of Steffens? We have. We have one. Is Guybrush still on vacation? Yeah, until I think he gets back January 8th. Guybrush just dipping and coming back for MOASS. That's how he rolls.
Too bad Guybrush got himself on the reg show list. Okay, Redemption. You should be able to DM me after like 10 minutes after you join the Discord. I'm gonna DM you now. Of course you are. His name is Stefan. Steph. PHT. Not Steph. Who the fuck is Stefan? Do pigeon whales make milk or are they hatched? Both. Well, I know about you, Stefan. God. Stefan isn't Stefan. No. Stefan has never asked me about exponential moving averages. Steffi? Fenfa? No. Look at me, 6 months, half a year with gherkin friends. Mr. Finch, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Can pigeon whales be farmed for their blubber? Only if they paper hand their memberships. You look tired. I am. I'm very tired. You got big T, Sean? What happens to your Discord after MOASS? I don't know. Burn it all to the ground. No, I'll probably leave it up. I might mute it during MOASS so people don't fuck each other over. Learning some of your favorite scanner settings is so hot right now. Oh, Jesus. We can lay in bed and chat until you fall asleep. Thanks, Carl. It's alright if it doesn't happen today. It's definitely happening tomorrow. I didn't really expect a lot from today, but I was hoping we might see some institutional movement, and the volume does not indicate that. Some of the options volume looks promising. What are the best brokers for MOASS? Is E-Trade good? I've never really used them. DFV did. Really want to shower. Can I please MOASS tomorrow so I can end my no bath protest? Maybe. With the current price action or lack thereof, are you still confident in volatility on Jan 28th to be in our favor? I didn't expect. I mean, the gamma got shorted. These FTDs, I mean, we're getting volatility. We had $20 in price swings today. So it's not like the FTDs were unrealized. They're just not a lot. But these aren't like our big FTD spikes. This is just a small one that occurs that's and like compounding FTDs, like market maker FTDs that will be occurring throughout the rest of this cycle. They started yesterday. They will continue, but they will add volatility to short position FTDs.
It all builds up. We've got plenty of time. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I appreciate it. Schwab or IBKR more stable during the past volatility you've experienced? You know, usually IBKR is super stable, but I had some problems with it in January. I had a few issues with Schwab. Actually, the only brokerage I didn't have any issues with during January was Vanguard. The next one that I had the least issues with, ironically, was WeBull. They were just down for an hour, and then once they were back up, it was fine. Fidelity, I had issues a couple of times over a few days. Nothing significant, like 20-minute outage, 15-minute outage. I just kept trying to log into all of them until I got in one, and then I would move out of whatever position I had there. I only had my GameStop position at the time in 3 brokers, but I did try to trade other things with my other brokers as those went down. Anyway, thank you all so much for tuning in. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you all so much. Have a great night.
Rico!
Not an advisor. Frigulon.